UFC live stream. Obviously, that is what's going on right now in the current moment of time, which is a live stream of the UFC. A couple of fights that had just happened. With the first fight, actually, one of the fighters had called out Trump and wished him well after the shooting that had happened in a rally in Pennsylvania. So one spectator is dead, one is injured, the shooter is dead. They said that there have been another shooter somewhere, but hasn't been found, and they're not confirming it. And I think perhaps maybe the reason why they're not confirming it at the current moment in time is because they don't want to give away any investigation methods that they're sort of getting at in the current moment of time. They don't want it to be interfered. They don't want any certain type of infractions that may happen if, let's say, a certain interference into the investigation. So very limited information is offered right now. What we do know is that Trump looked very defiant right after he had taken that shot right in his ear. It had grazed him. And I believe that it had hit one person, one spectator who had died. We don't know who that spectator is. I would assume they're probably going to mention who he is later down the line. But not only that, I also think that they're probably going to make him a martyr of some sort. As somebody that said that to say as well, he went to a Trump rally. He was there to support the president for a certain righteous cause, and in turn, unfortunately, he had gotten hit as a result of it. So, on the UFC side, we had a couple of fights going on right now. So, I'm going to cover the UFC fights and this Trump rally that is going on right now, which obviously a shooting had taken place. Now, in past historical occurrences such as this, you had Ronald Reagan, who's been shot before, the Kennedys, whether it was John F. Kennedy himself or his brother, and everybody else that's in that family. Now, a lot of people, you got to understand, are going to point out a lot of different conspiracies into this, and some of them is going to be predicated on, let's say, the CIA or some sort of a foreign government entity of some sort that has some sort of opposing, aligning interest with Trump. There's going to be a lot of things. Look at this. So there's a few people with blood covered on their shirts right after this incident happened, and I'm watching the MSNBC feed right now. So in the meantime, hey bro, William M. What's up, William M? Thank you for tapping in, my man. How are you? Let me know what type of information. This was totally staged, William M. Says. Well, William, tell me why you think it's staged. Now, that was one of the first things I was going to get to in this particular conversation, is that many people are going to point that there's a conspiracy theory behind this. Now, I want to know why, right? What is the reason behind it? Is it because, let's say if you are the CIA, right? Put yourself in their position. Let's say you look at Trump as a threat to democracy or a threat to the Constitution, as somebody that would be viewed as, let's say, somebody that would alter the entire landscape of America, right? Well, if you're in the CIA, you're probably going to think to yourself, maybe this is a good idea to do because perhaps it will save democracy in your own interpretation of things. So you're going to be compelled to run into this and do something which, by the way, is going to be off the books, because this would not be in any circumstance an official CIA type of attack of some sort, or a sanctioned attack that, let's say, comes from the president himself, which is Joe Biden. But you never know. You never know. So from what it seems, there's these three female Secret Service agents that escorted Trump right into his truck as he had gotten shot. So right now we're looking at his ear bleeding. I'm watching the NBC feed right now, by the way, if for those of you that are watching. So, more on this story. Obviously, we're still going to talk about it as we're watching the fights. Josh Friend, Andre Petrosky was the first fight. Andrew Petrosky won that fight. Decision. Used his wrestling to outgrind him. Submission by Evan Elder in the first fight tonight against Darius Flowers. And how about Evan Elder? He shouted out Trump and wished him well and said, hey, I wish him well. I hope that he recovers from this. Trump 2024. Luna Santos gets a first-round submission against Maria Agapova. And now the next fight coming up is going to be Montel Jackson and Damon Blackshear in the bantamweight division. Montel Jackson, you still got to put out Jay Brisco tribute video, bro. Oh, that's right. I remember you were telling me that, right? The Jay Brisco. So tell me more about that. Isn't he somewhat of a pedophile or something? Love your content, man. Thank you so much, man. I hope that you do enjoy the other videos and the other live streams that I do. Because guess what? I put a lot of thought into these things, right? I heard a rapper back in 2006 when I first came out here to California, right? His name's Jay Diggs. He's a Northern California rapper. He said in his song, you know what, Cali, I know what you need. Some good gangster-ass music to go with your weed. So when I heard that, I thought to myself, you know what, if I'm going to make content, I want to make content that is exciting for somebody's dopamine brain. Not only is it exciting, but something that you'd want to sit down and have some coffee with. Content that is not only relaxing, but also very informative. Not only that, I will never lie to you like the don't unfriend me guy. He does nothing but lies, and I've done a few videos on that particular matter. So guess what? If you like beef or conflict or any kind of way, I can offer that to you as well. I got a few guys online right now that are talking smack, and I gotta respond back to them. So there it is. William M says, no, not at all, man. Jay Brisco was a legend. He wrestled for Ring of Honor and unfortunately was killed in a car accident. Oh, okay. So this is a different kind of Brisco that I'm talking about. Okay, so Ring of Honor. Okay, so I understand that Ring of Honor is one of those regional shows in the world of wrestling, sort of like a feeder league, sort of like the LFA or the Fury Fighting Championships for the UFC, like that, right? I think CM Punk won a world title in that particular organization before, so that is something interesting, right? You know, Ring of Honor. They also had Jeff Hardy in there and a whole bunch of other guys. So that's what we got going on right now. Let me mute this UFC side of my screen real quick because they're doing Tracy Cortez promo. He and his brother Mark were 13 times world tag team champions. Okay, so that's so he was a tag team wrestler. Are you talking about Jay Brisco or okay, you're talking about Jay Brisco more than likely. I was thinking maybe you might have been talking about Jeff Hardy or something like that. But let's see what NBC is saying about this right now. Secret Service training facility outside of Washington. The former president is safe according to the Secret Service. So he is safe, but his ear was bleeding, right? And I wonder if it's a graze that had hit his ear, or is it sometimes when a bullet flies through you like this, depending on what kind of bullet it is, if it's a very strong bullet, let's say a 50 cal bullet, right? A 50 cal bullets don't even have to hit you. As long as it grazes you, man, I'm telling you, it will affect you in a very negative way. It'll cut you up or something to that extent. So maybe even the same or just a little bit less of that with lesser bullets that are less stronger than a 50 cal from one of those types of sniper rifles. But nonetheless, this is my theory on this right now, right? Aside from the fact that there's possible conspiracies that can go on about this, I think there is somebody out there, one at large right now, and they don't want to mention it because it's an ongoing investigation. And as a result of this ongoing investigation, well, they don't want to give out any clues. They don't want this person who's at large right now to get any ideas of where to go or to give away any coordinates of that particular nature. And also on top of that, you got to understand that law enforcement and the Secret Service have a certain reputation to uphold. Jay Brisco was a two-time world heavyweight champion for Ring of Honor. Okay, so I will definitely look into that, and if I find any great information or any fascinating information that I could tie into MMA of some sort, I will definitely do that. Maybe tie it into, let's say, the story of Evan Dunham. Obviously, Evan Dunham was able to fulfill his goal as a world champion, but maybe somebody like, let's say, Lee Abraham Murray, who never really got to fulfill his true potential. And maybe Jay Brisco is sort of in that same category in the world of wrestling, right? He was an ROH champion, probably destined to go to the WWE or the other big organization, which is AEW. And he was destined to do great things, but unfortunately something bad had happened. Yeah, bro, if you could do a short piece on Jay Brisco, would gladly appreciate that by many, trust me. It would be appreciated by many, trust me, he said. Okay. Okay, so I'll definitely look into that. So what I was saying with the Trump thing was that law enforcement and Secret Service, they are an entity that doesn't want to be embarrassed, right? For example, if you're one of these people that have caught federal cases before, and by the way, I've known plenty of people that have caught federal cases, whether they were people of, let's say, in the Muslim community, and you could imagine what kind of federal cases those were. I don't even have to mention it. If you know, you know. And then on the street side of things, the gangbanging culture of California. Again, bro, love your content and your videos are awesome. Thank you so much, William. Stay here for the entire show because we're going to go on for a crazy ride as not only do we react to the Trump shooting, but we're also going to react to the Denver mass Sacramento Savachi Financial. Shout outs to Savachi Financial. William throws up Trump Pac. That's right. This is Trump is literally the Tupac of U.S. politics right now. Or maybe, you know what, the Suge Knight, to be honest with you, because Suge Knight got hit just like this during the Vegas incident. Right, and I joked about on my social media today how now that I have a YouTube channel, I can probably go to get a press pass to attend the Keefe D murder trial in Vegas. And then if I walk up in a courtroom, Keefe D would probably look at me like, yo, who the F is this Arab ninja over here, cuz? Who's he? You know, then I'd walk up in there, you know, start throwing gang signs at him, start throwing Asian boy Crip gang signs at Keefe D. Like, hey, what up, Keefe D? Keefe D snitched the DJ Vlad. Well, you know what? Here's the thing, right? Savachi Financial, the hip-hop Oprah. Here's something I got to tell you about Keefe D, right? He did not snitch on a DJ Vlad. However, he did snitch to Craig Caden. If you remember, he agreed to wear a wire to go to New York and film that guy or record that guy confessing to him being given a weapon regarding. What do you think of the millions of illegals flooding this country now? I love everyone. However, if you want to come into America, you have to do it the right way. Well, I got to tell you something, William. Great question. And my answer is, I could understand both sides of the political spectrum of why they would want to keep illegals out, right? And I totally understand it. There is an inherent danger that comes with that. For example, you are inviting a lot of people that have gang affiliations in El Salvador, right? You already see the consequences of that in LA. You see a lot of these guys, they move into LA. There's a lot of violence, by the way, in black communities in LA because of the rising of Hispanic gangs. MS-13, yes, great great example. See, you're tapped in, William. You know exactly what I'm talking about right there. So that I can understand, right? I can understand how that affects certain people. But if you ask me how illegal immigration affects me specifically, by the end of the day, I live in California. We're all going to pay the same certain amount of taxes, especially if you're in a certain tax bracket. On top of that, that's not anything that you can change. Can you change it by, let's say, removing a couple of illegals here and there? Maybe. But then again, you never know. The earth belongs to Allah, Savachi Financial. That's right. And here, that's another thing I want you to understand too also, William. As Muslims, we do love the certain countries or certain places in the world that we come from. Oakland for life, baby. I'm a giant Raiders fan. Okay, that's what's up. Speaking of Giants, or the Oakland A's, as you know, moved out here in Sacramento, in West Sacramento to be exact, not too long away from here. So I wanted to get your thoughts on that. What do you think about the Oakland A's? I know you're a Bay Area guy. So what do you think about them coming out to Sacramento? Savachi Financial says you don't like Vegas. You know what? I love Vegas. You know who doesn't love Vegas? Khabib Nurmagomedov. He doesn't love Vegas. The Vegas Raiders. I tell you what. I think the Raiders belong in LA. Just by the symbolism of it all. Look, you look at NWA, you look at Ice Cube, you look at all these Sureños and all these essays that rock Raiders gear. Raiders belongs in LA, man. You know what? You know what? Football is the silliest sport. I agree to a certain extent. Here's the thing, right? What's ironic about Vegas and the Raiders, right? And also correlating with Keefe D. A lot of gang members I know that are either dropouts or people that have left the gang or snitched. Guess where a lot of them go? They all go to Vegas. William M. says, I love the Raiders. Being in Vegas now, however, they will always be the Oakland Raiders. Well, William, I'll tell you what. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of dudes down in L.A. that will disagree with you and say that, you know what, the Raiders were always an L.A. team. So, again, but going back to the borders thing that you were saying, right? And I wanted to address a comment that Savachi Financial mentioned, which I think is very important. Gangsters with degrees. That's right. Shout out to all the gangsters with degrees out there. You know what I mean? Holding it down and whatnot. So I wanted to address what Savachi Financial said, right? The earth belongs to Allah. So if you ask me, I got to ask myself, how much do I really care that illegals are coming in to the United States, because it's not going to affect my taxes or what I make or what I do on my daily basis, unless, of course, a few of these illegals wanted to, I don't know, run up on me for whatever reason, or become an immediate or some sort of threat to me and my family or my friends or my homies or something to that extent, then yeah, then I'll start worrying. But by the political end of it all, it doesn't seem like anything that would really affect me in the long run. And also, the comment that Savachi Financial said, the earth belongs to Allah, as Muslims, one of the things that we believe is that, I know this is going to sound really strange to a lot of people that believe in nationalism or have a pride of certain countries, but the earth certainly does belong to Allah. And whatever political matters that may affect one person move into one country or one piece of land over the other, well, unfortunately, you know, that is the problem of the government and how they're going to deal with it and how they're going to mitigate it and how they're going to solve these problems. What I can tell you is that most governments sort of operate in one particular notion, which is maintaining order or maintaining the chaos to a certain degree. And then William here says, what did William here say? To be honest, there was that tried breaking into my girlfriend's house last December. Thank God she wasn't home, and a neighbor called it in. So, William, I'll tell you what, you're talking about the Bay Area, I'm assuming, because you're in the Bay Area. I've gone to San Francisco a few times. Matter of fact, I think during the spring, I went to San Francisco. I parked up in Pier 49. Is it? I think it's Pier 49. I always forget the number, but you know that famous pier. A white couple from Ohio, tourists, they come in, they get their whole entire car broken into, smashed up, their luggage taken, their passports. I don't know why they had passports. It was a domestic flight. Maybe they were planning to fly to another country out of San Francisco, and that usually happens. You know, let's say you're from the East Coast or the Midwest, you fly into California, you stay for a couple of days, and maybe you fly over to Japan, Hawaii, China, overseas, Australia, wherever within that next particular region, or maybe even in Mexico, right? So that does happen. But long story short, a lot of personal information and a lot of personal belongings were taken. And I walked up to him, I was like, hey, are you guys all right? He's like, nah, man, you know, and then that's when they told me about their whole entire situation. So I felt bad for them. Obviously, this is an ongoing problem with a lot of tourists that come to San Francisco. So a word of advisory to all those that are tourists coming into California, whether you're in LA or whether you're in the Bay Area, stay vigilant, don't get caught lacking. That's the best advice I could give you. And also, another thing, I know that a lot of people have a strong belief in police officers. Personally, I don't. Look, here's the thing, right? If, let's say, I had a certain property stolen or something to that extent, well, that is something you still have to report in terms of, let's say, trying to garner a certain information for your insurance. Let's say a car or something like that. Facts, bro, stay alert. You never know what's going to go down. That's right. So with the police, I don't think that they can really do much for you, right? Unless, of course, they are your personal bodyguards, and at which, well, you might as well just hire them on your own personal private matters as a private security, as off-duty, and maybe they'll even make more money with you if you have the... oh, wow! Montel Jackson just got an 18-second knockout right now. Montel Jackson, I'm telling you, that guy is going to be a problem. LAPD don't do much at all. That's right, LAPD, and by the way, shout-outs to Los Angeles, one of my favorite cities in the world. Obviously, I don't live in Los Angeles. I live up north in Sacramento, but Sacramento is... the best way to describe it, it's LA with no traffic, or very minimal traffic in comparison to LA, and that's the best way to describe it. It's LA with a river. Well, the LA River, yeah, LA has a river also, but not like the American River, but yeah. Either way, shout out to Montel Jackson with his 18-second knockout right now. Look at this right here. Let's take a look at this sequence. So he fakes the jab, and then he comes in with a 1-2. The traffic is horrific nightmare, bro. No, it definitely is in LA. It definitely is a horrific nightmare. And reason being is because you got to understand this, right? There's a reason why LA is a very big city. The reason why LA is a big city is you got to understand. There's a lot of opportunities in that city. Now, a lot of people complain about the housing market that is going on in LA. Understandably so. But you also got to understand that pricing market is justified by the opportunities that can be afforded to you there. You name a sector, especially in the department of, let's say, theater, arts, and public relations and media and things of that nature, the opportunity is endless down there. Whether it's in the music industry, the film industry, or whether it is in the financial sector, or even just in the medical sector. Not only that, how about this? The law enforcement sector as well, because you know what LAPD does? They recruit people outside of LA. Usually, if, let's say, you want to go into SWAT or something like that, they recruit guys that are Navy SEALs straight away, and they're like, hey, you want to come live down in LA? Sure, we'll give you a job as LAPD. Go through the academy, go through the SWAT, programs, and then you're in, and that's what they do. The problem is, though, when you bring in cops that are not from a community that they are serving, there's usually a lot of social problems that comes with that, and obviously LAPD is a very famous police department, so they're able to recruit people from overseas, or I'm sorry, from other states because of that. What did William here say? Did you see, off subject, the Oakland A's are moving to Vegas too? Yes, I saw that, which is why they're here playing right now in Sacramento, because they're slowly transitioning into Las Vegas, maybe for the next season to come, or maybe in this upcoming season, but who knows. So, Montel Jackson, now the longest active winning streak in the bantamweight division at 5. I believe a couple of people are above him with 6 and 9. But yeah, he had a fake jab right here, which he sort of was going down low into the body, not really into the face, which he was hiding his cross, and then the crosshead came in, and then just like that, it was lights out for Blackshear. So good on Montel Jackson. He didn't really have to go and press his cardio that much for this one, which is good for him in that sense. So now they're going to ask Montel Jackson who he wants to fight next. So this is the wrong answer, in my humble opinion, by Montel Jackson, right? He says, I'll take anybody. Don't do that. Say you want Corey Sandhagen. Say you want Marab, or the loser of Marab and Sean O'Malley. Look, the way that I look at Montel Jackson, I think he's ready for world title contention. And a lot of you are probably saying, well, it's a little more premature than that. I don't think so. I think a knockout like this, he could knock out anybody in this division, including Sean O'Malley. I think he really should call his shots, right? The reason why I don't like it when guys say, I'll fight anybody, is because that is exactly what the UFC will do to you. They'll let you fight anybody when, let's say, if you call out a name, and let's say that name responds, don't go to prison, brother. Don't go to prison. Usually what a lot of people will say to you if... So here's the thing, right? Savachi Financial brought up something, Pier 39. Okay, so it's Pier 39, not 49. I was thinking of the 49ers, and it's San Francisco, so locals don't park there. You know what? I was going to park there. I was going to park in that pier, but because of that, was in the Marine Corps, that was enough for me. Semper Fi, that's right. But apparently, by the way, man, William, shout out to you, by the way. Check out my my videos that I did with that Don't Unfriend Me show guy, right? The naval intelligence guy. You know, obviously the guy is a staunch, you know, Zionist. Look, it's not my business what sort of political political side you want to take, right? I'm not going to go and say what side. Look, you can probably guess what side I'm on in that, but I'm not going to say it, because here's the thing, right? I think that you're going to do nothing but cause chaos and destruction anyway. However, gangsters make the world go round. That's right. That's right, Savachi Financial. So, all I said, this is what's weird about a lot of people that are in that side of the aisle, right? All I said was that I wish for Palestinian children to be safe and to have comfort and away from danger, right? By the way, this is a very reasonable thing to say. So what does he go and do? He goes and he slags me off and says, well, you know, I'm a sympathizer of the most horrible people. And get this, William, check this out. This guy said that I'm more dangerous than any AQ member that he's investigated in all of his years in the Navy as a naval intelligence. I wasn't gonna say officer, because I don't think he was ranked an officer. I think he was an enlistee, just like we were. Did you see my comment about about how Vegas was never meant to be overpopulated? Lots of homeless there too. You know what? That makes sense, because you look at Vegas, it's nothing but a desert town, right? No Chill MMA says, God bless Trump. Well, let's hope Trump is okay. I'm sure he's okay. According to reports from the Secret Service, he seems to be okay. You know what? Shout outs to Trump. You look at the fists he was throwing up. They are not here for the people. The politicians, is that what you're talking about? That they're not here for the people? Yeah, I gotta agree with that. You guys gotta understand, right? When it comes to Biden and Trump, let's be honest. Trump is the more entertaining guy. Right? Oh, look at Trump. He was like, yeah, yeah. This was his exact facial expression. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yo, I'm telling you, man, if you're going to get shot, Montel Jackson sounds like a 90s R&B singer. Yeah, but I tell you what, that name definitely does sound like an R&B singer, right? Like Montel Jordan, right? This is how we do it. This is how we do it. That's another West Coast classic right there by Montel Jordan. But Montel Jackson, right? What he did tonight was anything but R&B, man. He went in there straight full on, 50 Cent gangster rap, and brought the heat to the strap. You know what I mean? How about that for some bars? You know what I mean? Rewind that back for what I just said to catch those bars, baby. But Montel Jackson, look, I didn't like the call out. I just wish that he said that, some bigger names, and I think that he would have gotten it. William M. says, I deployed to Afghanistan. I deployed to Afghanistan in 2000, and it was sick and sad how we had 12 and 13-year-olds spitting at us, shooting at us. It blew my mind seeing that. Okay, so I'll tell you, William, here's something you got to understand, right? Let me tell you what I resent about what a lot of Americans say to U.S. troops, right? They always say, oh, thank you for your service, right? I'm going to tell you why I resent this statement. You're not thanking anybody for your service, right? If, let's say, your house gets burnt down, who's going to come to your service? Obviously, the fire department. Okay, if you get saved from a building fire and the fire department saves you and you say to the fire department, thank you for your service, that statement makes a whole lot more sense than a whole bunch of guys that were trained to kill anywhere in the world, really with no political attachments to it. Let's be real, right? Any of the deployments that any Marines or any U.S. service, any service around the world does, none of them, especially in Western militaries, have any political attachment to them, at least not in the sides of the soldiers that are fighting. You're not wrong, man. I can't argue with that at all. William says, yeah. But I tell you what, the only people, like, here's the thing, right? The only people that we're fighting for is each other when you're in that moment. When you're in that moment. But now when you're out of that moment, you look at it from a detached point of view and you say to yourself, the only reason why we were there was because a bunch of rich old white men told us to get there. Told us to go there. That's all there is to it, right? That's good, Savachi Financial said. So, once again, it's meaningless by the end of it. You know what? Here's another, William. Here's a hot take that I always tell people that a lot of people get really angry about. I swear, people get really angry by this statement. Are you ready for this? Gangs, military, and the police are no different. And a lot of people get angry at me when I say that. Now, obviously, William says here, to be honest, being over there was really screwed me up. I still have nightmares of being over there. I can tell you, William, I sort of understand. I understand what you mean. I get exactly what you are saying, and I have an idea exactly about what you're saying. The problem is, look, no military servicemen did it for themselves, right? Which, by the way, okay, going back to what I was saying, I was going off on a tangent there. Military, the gangs, and the police are no different. The only difference is that how one society is going to view a gang, the military, and the police differently. Now, obviously, when you join a gang, there is no retirement plan. When you join the police force, there is a retirement plan. When you join the military, there is a retirement plan, but you have to stay a certain amount of years, and if you don't, guess what? You look at all the guys that have gotten screwed after the military, they're usually the guys that only did 4 years or less than that, which, were guys like me, right? Guys that didn't stay for a career or anything like that, was just there for a short time and not for a long time, and was only there for a good time, and that was that, right? I really, just did it just for the experience, just to say that, I went through the basic training. I got to the fleet. I got to wear the uniform. I got to do things that Marines were made to do. That's all that it was for me. But for a lot of guys that came out and did the same thing, they weren't really financially secure. They didn't have the best life afterwards, and they didn't really know how to hustle. They didn't know how to do other things because the government doesn't teach you how to do any of that. Here's the thing, right? Yeah, I did 4 years. I was an E3 when I got out, a Lance Corporal. Okay, so yeah, same. I don't think I ever got an NCO ship or anything like that. So, which is okay. I think corporals are now considered NCOs, or at some point they appointed corporals to be non-commissioned officers. And yeah, you didn't have to be a sergeant anymore to be a corporal. And I think that was right after the War on Terror era when all of that started. But I'm not sure. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. Yes, correct. Okay, so that was right after the War on Terror where you can become a non-commissioned officer at corporal. But yeah, that's what it was, man. And you know what? I wasn't one of those people that was really good at giving orders. You know what? Here's the thing, right? During basic training, I blazed everybody in Paris Island. I had a company record for the most sit-ups in 2 minutes because, as you know, in the PFT, you got to do, a certain amount of sit-ups. In 2 minutes, I did like 210 or 212, which was company record, right? And in the 3 miles, I obviously got down to 20. No, I run 20 minute 3 miles now, but back then I think I got up to 17 minutes in 3 miles, which, by the way, as you know, is special forces qualified. So the cops. What do you mean by that? Savachi Financial. So yeah, man. Look, you got to understand, William. We didn't do that for ourselves. I meant cops, not the politicians. I meant the cops, not the politicians. Okay. Man, I saw a lot of crazy shit at basic Paris Island, Carolina. Trump Pak Shakur. Try saying that several times. And then William says Paris Island. By the way, William, our recruit had drowned on the same graduating cycle that I was in. So that's something a lot of people got to understand, is that, Marine Corps training is no joke, especially if you're not, prepared for it, because there is swimming involved. Trumpavelli, Savachi Financial says. There's a lot of swimming involved, and there's a lot of guys. I'm really surprised how many guys come down there and train and not really train for it, and then, end up getting stress fractures. I know that's a common thing that a lot of people get, Trump night. So, Savachi Financial, I'll tell you this, right? The way that Bullet grazed Trump, it's very similar. It's definitely no joke. Basic training was held. It's even, you know what? So, I was, what battalion? I was in 3rd Battalion in Paris Island. What battalion were you in? Because if there's anything that people need to know about 3rd Battalion, Full Metal Jacket was based on 3rd Battalion, right? Because the way that they train you in 3rd Battalion, by the way, not all Marine Corps training is equal. If you're in 3rd Battalion, They literally abuse you there. And you know what? Here's another thing, William. I ran some fades while I was in 3rd Battalion. They allowed us to, fight in the bathroom at night. If you had a problem with some dude, bro, it was like prison rules in there. I know it's basic training and all that, but basic training and prison are almost very similar. The only difference is they trust you with a weapon in basic training. But any dudes that I had a problems with there, whether it was in Detroit or whether they were from the South, and you know what? If you've been to Paris Island, the one thing you'll know is that at least in the mid-2000s, there was, a divide between guys that were from the North, which is where I was from. Obviously, I live in California now, but at the time, I was shipped out of New Jersey, where I went to high school at, and then the guys from the South. So there was, a clashing, right? You know what I mean? Obviously, there's a cultural differences. A lot of guys never really left home or anything like that. But even prior to being in the Marine Corps, I've already had experience around the world with different people, being in different countries. Obviously, I was born in Libya. I have a family that comes from the Middle East. I have family that comes from across the seas and whatnot. I have family from around the world. So I was already versed and experienced in dealing with different people. Whereas with a lot of these kids, these are American kids that grew up in one city all their lives and never left anywhere. And then all of a sudden they meet a bunch of dudes from Atlanta. They meet a bunch of dudes from the South, and it's on from there. So, but in the end, you get along with everybody because they put you through such rigorous training that you have to rely on the other people there, and it forces you to build a brotherhood in that. And going back to the story that I was saying was that I think it's really misplaced when a lot of people say, let's thank the troops, right? You're not really thanking us. Like, we're thanking ourselves because I was in the 2nd Marine Division. I was stationed in Camp Lejeune. Okay, perfect. All right. So, yeah, 2nd Battalion wasn't, I don't know how hard they have trained, but I'm just saying that in 3rd Battalion, we're literally like in the backside of Paris Island, right? So if any U.S. Congress or any politicians come down there and visit, they're not going to 3rd Battalion, where you hear all the screams of recruits getting tortured and, kids coming out with black eyes because they either got into a fight with the drill instructor or, they got into a fight with each other in the bathroom. But that's that's enough Marine talk for now, you know what I mean? Because you're kind of bringing me back to my own little PTSD there. But nonetheless, yeah, man, good times though, good times nonetheless. Obviously, we're all different people now. Me especially, me, I'm obviously a Muslim now. Bro, we went through the same shit. I like how you're talking about it. Like I said, I saw some crazy ass shit at basic. Yeah, man. It is, bro. One dude died. You know what I mean? While we were down there, bro. That's not a joke, man. One dude died because, he couldn't swim. Or I think that the drill instructors, got, thoroughly investigated by the UCMJ. The Uniform Military Code of Justice, right? They went there and investigated. JAG officers were down there investigating everything and all that. So it's not a joke, man. It's not a joke. But yeah, shout outs to that. Speaking of which, I didn't think that me and Sean Strickland would ever ally against a bunch of Navy boys, right? You look at Sean Strickland right now. He's getting into a fight with Navy SEALs. I'm getting into it with a Navy Intel guy. Maybe me and Sean Strickland need to, collaborate together. You know what I mean? But I just don't like his views on Islam, though. That's the only thing. I think I would like Sean if he didn't have such negative views of Islam. He just thinks that we oppress women or something like that. And guess what? That guy from the Don't Unfriend Me show said the same thing. His wife said the same thing, says that, I'm a hater of women or this and that because I have certain views of certain things. Yeah, but it's whatever. You know what I mean? Like I said, Don't Unfriend Me show, Matt Spear, Wherever you are, if you want to continue talking, keep talking. I'm going to continue to respond. And you've seen that, okay? Because I monitor your show, and I got other people that monitor your show. And for all you know, I got people that monitor you. And by the way, how weird is it that you put your wife in front of the TV, in front of the screen, only for her to go and compliment Ryan Reynolds in every episode? I don't know, bro. I tell you what, as a Muslim, that's not the kind of relationship that I want. But if you think that you're living a superior life with your wife complimenting another man in front of the world, you're no different than Adam22, my boy. Shoutouts to Matt Adam22 Spear. I'm going to call you that from now on. Matt Adam22 Spear is going to be your nickname. It was close to the movie Full Metal Jacket. Our drill instructors did not play at all. Oh, your drill instructors did not play at all. You meant ours, as in our O-U-R. You wrote A-E-R-E. Anyways, yeah, you know. No, I'm not here to be your English teacher and, you know what I mean, and correct you on your grammar. I know what you mean. That's what's important by the end of the day, right? So there's Trump right there. I'll bet you all the feminists are going to use that picture of that female Secret Service woman holding Trump. Yes, man, sorry, stupid phone. Yeah, I get that too. You know, that's sort of what Matt did to me when I accidentally wrote Jew instead of you. He's like, oh, did you have a Freudian slip there? This dude is obsessed with trying to make it seem like I'm anti-Semitic, right? Bro, I don't hate anybody. I just don't want to see any kids get blown up. Is that unreasonable for me to have an opinion like that? I don't know, man, you know, but like the beard, man, I'm growing mine out too. Yeah, man, you know, it's the traditional Sunni Salafi beard. Obviously, you see Kamzat, he has one too. Khabib doesn't really grow his as long. I used to just keep mine short like that too, but you know, you get older, you don't really care, you just let things grow, and you know, it's what it is. So next fight coming up right now in the UFC, what do we got right now? We got two ladies that are set to fight right now. Who is this? This is Jess Kubius versus Klein. Okay. What is your opinion on bringing back the draft 2 young men into the military? Well, you know what? My initial answer was that, you know, that's not up for us to decide because it's not anything that we can do. But I'll answer the question to make it interesting, right? Because here's the thing, right? Usually, I'm going to answer your question. Before I answer your question, let me get on this tirade real quick, right? Most content creators, when somebody asks them a question on their live chat, they usually avoid the answer, and sometimes for good reason, right? Remember, if it's like one of those real gangster-ass dudes that, you know, are being asked about a certain crime and, you know, they shouldn't be talking about it. Okay, I understand that, but I'll answer your question to make it interesting, long story short. I don't think a draft is needed, only because America has enough people that will volunteer. And one of the biggest problems in Vietnam was that they drafted a whole bunch of people that did not want to be there. You don't want to draft people that don't want to fight. See, right now, they don't have problems bringing special forces anywhere in the world because they have people that will actually go out and fight. There are people that are down to fight. If you have people that are down to fight, it's a lot easier than managing 100 to 200,000 people that don't want to fight, if that makes sense. You're right. It worries me because a lot of these young men now are, in my opinion, weak-minded and have everything handed to them. This generation is not being brought up properly. You're right. And the ones that are, I mean, you know, there's going to be ones that are going to join the military that have ambitions of doing so, that want to be there. But you don't want to bring people that don't want to be there. That is That is a recipe for disaster. I mean, look at it like this, right? You look on the other side. You think that there's any mujahideen out there that is not motivated to be there? You look at, I agree with you, yeah. Look at everybody that is in the opposite of Israel. I don't want to mention any names because you get flagged and this and that. But yeah, you look at the ops, the Israeli ops, right? The ops of Israel. Every single one of those guys, they want to be there. They all have an ideological cause. You go to another conflict in Russia and Ukraine. Both sides, all these guys, they want to be there. The Russian soldiers, they want to be there to fight the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians want to be there to fight the Russians. They have a reason to go fight and a motivation to do so. And just like Justivius right now, looks like she's got the strongest motivation to fight. She's looking to lock this submission in right now. So yeah, we're definitely going to stay for the entire fight card as we cover Trump. I totally agree, man. Yeah. So it's all about motivation. You want people to fight with motivation. Now, here's the thing, right? I don't think the use of conventional infantry forces right now is really what is being used, right? I think right now the only guys that are doing the fighting right now are Navy SEALs, Army Rangers, and people that are in Spec Ops. In particular, the Green Berets, you know, you name it, Marine Recon, all of that. They are the only guys that are really fighting the wars, and guess what? They are the guys that are highly trained. They are the guys that wanted to be there, and they are the guys that went through extreme rigorous training just to prove that they really want to be there. So, who are they going to fight? Well, obviously, they're going to go out and fight mujahideens, right, from around the world, or drug cartels, or wherever the United States government is looking to send them. OMG, yes, they are on the front line. Yeah. Because they are fighting people that are motivated, and if you want to counter that, you have to bring people in there that are motivated as well. So how about this, right? Breaking news. Dana White says that he's willing to set a fight with Francis Ngannou and John Jones for, by the way, sponsored by the Saudis. Did I not mention this in a video? I urge you guys to take a look at my past videos. Let me tell you the difference between me and other content creators, right? Most MMA content creators, they make videos that is only going to be within the proximity of, let's say, an event surrounding that fight week. So in other words, if they make a video about UFC 300, okay, well, all of that is just going to be set for UFC 300, and afterwards maybe a few people are going to watch it, or maybe it's not, and then more than so it's going to lose relevance. I made a video about Francis Ngannou and John Jones, and the only way that they can fight is the Saudis funding it. Getting back to the discussion from earlier, what's your thoughts on the Trump shooting? Well, so a lot of people are saying that there's some sort of nefarious situation going on in the background, right? Here's something a lot of people don't take into consideration. We know about terrorism on the Islamic side, obviously, right? We know about terrorism on the right-wing patriot side, but we never hear about terrorism that is predicated on liberal ideas, because oftentimes we mistaken liberals for being wussies, or people that don't fight, or people that don't have a desire to fight, or this and that. My boy, understand this. Charles Manson mobilized a whole bunch of hippies to kill a bunch of rock stars. I want you to put that in perspective. So this idea that liberals are anti-gun or this and that, for the most part they are when you're talking about the mainstream side of things. But do you not think that there are liberal militant groups out there? So if we're going to get away from the sphere of conspiracy theories, or the realm of the Alex Jones comparisons of the world, I'm going to have to say that the most possible reason behind the shooting is a radical liberal terrorist. And William says here, you are spot on, and you and I think alike. It's wild. Yeah. So you think the same way. You agree with me that there's, a liberal terrorist out on the loose somewhere that is attempting this assassination, right? And by the way, somebody that probably is very radical to the point where they know that they're going to face jail time. They know that they're going to get shot. Obviously, there's one person that has already been killed. One of the shooters has already been killed by Secret Service as a result of this. So, man, in a couple of years, I tell you what, that Secret Service who pulled that trigger, he's going to come out with a book. You wait and see. I don't know how much... I don't know what the protocols are in the Secret Service and what they are allowed to say and not say after their training. But Myron Gaines, obviously, from Fresh and Fit, right? Obviously, he was a former Homeland Security Service agent. And he still gets phone calls every day, right? I mean, he gets phone calls based on, okay, well, you can't say this or you can't say that or whatever. So I wonder, I wonder how much of that they do on that end. So, okay, so what do we have here? Sort of taking her back. Klein is taking her back. Knees to the body right now. So yeah, that is my official prediction right now is liberal terrorism. Liberal terrorism. I mean, and that's the thing, right? You put those words together, it doesn't seem real. It doesn't seem... Oh, speaking of Myron, shout-outs to Myron right now. He's, and Dubs. Dubs did, a subject on this. Fed Reacts, which is Myron Gaines. He's got a live stream on this. All right. That's what's up, man. And by the way, shout-outs to City Projects. He's a big-time, channel. He shouts at my channel. Big ups to him. He's a real big help for me on that end. So I unfortunately feel like more are coming, especially with an election coming up. So what do you think? Do you think there's a possibility they're going to try to do the same thing to Joe Biden? Or, I don't know, Joe Biden doesn't strike me as somebody that would get assassinated, right? Well, okay, you know what? Not so fast. Let me take that back, because obviously there are guys that are hardcore right-wing, January 6ers that will go after Biden if they had, the opportunity to do so. So I don't know, man. You never know. You never know. But I don't know. I just don't... I don't know. It doesn't seem like he's susceptible to that, but who knows? Who knows? Let's see here. Your counter snipers are always going to be at an elevated position. So if you're in an urban environment, they're going to be up in high-rise buildings. If you're in an environment like this, they're going to be maybe at any or any stands, anything that gives them elevation. And what they're doing, Lester, consistently, is they are looking out through their scopes, through the binoculars. They're looking out. They're looking what's going on in the distance. So immediately, again, I'm assessing based on... obviously, I don't have a thumbnail for this particular stream right now, but what I could tell you is that I'm probably going to put on a live stream picture of Trump with his blood coming out like Stone Cold Steve Austin when he fought Bret the Hitman Hart. You guys remember that matchup, right? Bret the Hitman Hart and all that. So that's gonna be a good one. Let's see. I'm going through different channels are saying about this subject. A lot of times when we have these outdoor events where the president is speaking in certain areas, wow, yeah, a lot of people are on this subject right now. Try and put my minds in ease, guys. What are they thinking? What are they putting together? Absolutely, I can see attacks coming on both. on both sides. There are too many unstable people. You know what, William? So that's the thing about this, right? I think that there is a lot of unstable people in America. I think that America is probably one of the most mentally unstable places on earth, really, right? And by the way, I got a lot of homeboys in the UK, right? You know, a lot of them are different types of personalities, but the ones that are like really British, the ones that are like for the Union Jack and all of that, like, you know, the UK military type of guys, or guys that like fight in MMA that are hardcore patriotic for Britain and for UK MMA. The way that they view things, they look at America like we're a circus. And the reason why they look at us like we're a circus is for several reasons while we're watching this war play out with Klein right now. It's a mental health, it's a giant problem for this country, and we do nothing for it. I would argue that it's probably worse in England, and then on top of that, they don't have sun, right? For me, bro, I live in California. You know what? I could go through some of the worst things in the world, but I just go step outside of my backyard. I go for a drive in the highway on the 5 highway. You know, put on some Tupac, put on some good gangster beats, you know, start rolling around. And next thing you know, I'm happy because I got the sun blaring on me. Whereas in the UK, they don't have a lot of sun. There's a lot of depression going on. Even in Ireland, look at Conor McGregor. There was stories of him being very depressed before he was signed to the UFC, right? Because he was just staying in his room and this and that. So it happens, man. But the problem with America is that we're too drugged up. We're highly populated. And not only that, there's a lot of pressure to live here. Same here, man. I listen to my Eazy-E and NWA. Hey, that's what's up, West Coast. That's what I'm talking about. He said his Eazy-E and NWA. Man, he's taking it way back with that. How old are you, William? Just out of curiosity. Obviously, I'm 39. Yeah, I was wondering how old you are, just so I can kind of gauge, you know, your, because, you know, you said Eazy-E and NWA, you know, it sounds like, I mean, you know, I like them too, right? But, you know, if I say that I like Tupac or I like 50 Cent, then, you know, it's obvious, yeah, I'm going to be in my mid-30s. I'll be 43 next month, my man. Okay, so that makes sense. All right, so that makes sense why you're really into the old stuff. I was born in 81. Okay, so we're both 80s babies. I was in 85 and whatnot. So, okay, that's what's up. So yeah, man, I just think that there's a lot of pressure to live in America. A lot of people say that there's a high suicide rate in Japan. I've heard this even as long back as high school. I remember a teacher of mine mentioning this during a class. He's like, yeah, you know, Japan has a high suicide rate. I was like, how is that possible? You know, I look at Japan, I think, man, everybody looks happy. You know what I mean? Like, in my American-centric mind, I was thinking, like, Japan is this happy-go-lucky anime, Street Fighter, arcade, video game type of world. But in reality, it's a lot of pressure to live in Japan. It's a lot of pressure to make money. It's a lot of pressure to be highly educated. And as a result, it's very hard to live there. And America is really no different. We got a lot of freedom. We have a lot of choices to do what we want to do. We also have a lot of opportunities. But the pressure is immense when it comes to, let's say, the housing market and among other things that's going on right now, like the food prices. What did my man here say? He said, yeah, I grew up on Eazy-E, NWA, Bone Thugs, and the Ghetto Boys. Okay, all right, so real old school stuff right there. That's what's up, man. But yeah, you know, our generation grew up on Dipset, 50 Cent. Who else was hot in that? Jada Kiss, obviously, was very hot in that era. Whereas we're witnessing the last 40 seconds of Klein and Jedavicius. Jedavicius sounds like a very Greek name in that one, Jedavicius. So Trump injured in the apparent assassination attempt. Okay, so Trump is officially injured. Earlier they said that he was okay, but now he's injured, and we're going to find out more details on the result of his injury right now. So rear naked choke attempt right there. Run DMC, Avant, SWV. Oh, okay. Salt and Pepper. You know what? They don't make R&B like that anymore, right? What is there an R&B track? I don't really hear R&B tracks like that, like Stilo from SWV, stuff like that. Waterfalls by by uh by TLC. Yeah, I don't see no hits like that. You know, none of those tracks, right? It's either hardcore rap or mainstream music, and that's it. I've been a Raider fan since I was 5. Okay. So you've seen them move around then, you know, especially you being, you know, a California native and whatnot. You've seen them, you know, sort of move around to that certain extent. So, you know what, man? I wish we really take for granted a lot of these rallies, right? Because we know that the entertaining aspect of a Trump rally is that you know he's going to talk smack. You know that he's going to, you know, go after his opponents. You know that he's going to make fun of someone. You know that someone is going to be horribly dissed, like a Tupac Hit 'Em Up song, right? This is what you expect out of Trump. But you know what? You're just like, I'll go check it out later, or maybe I'll go check out the highlights, you know, and then of course they're going to provide the highlights if he starts talking a gang of smack about Kamala Harris or Joe or this and that, and it's going to be a big sound bite. But man, I wish I watched this thing live as it unfolded, right? And I'm sort of really like regretting not doing so, only because it would have been awesome to see it like live right then and there. You want to know what I saw live? Not in person, obviously, but as it was happening, when Jorge Masvidal gave the 3-piece and a soda to Leon Edwards, right? I watched the whole entire London card, UFC London card. It was a 2019 card. It was the same day, by the way, in boxing where Errol Spence fought Mikey Garcia. And how I know that was because Mikey Garcia's cousin was being asked by E-News, what was that guy's name? That guy's name is always saying, reporting, you know, that boxing YouTuber. Well, anyways, he asked him, who do you think is going to win between Darren Till and Jorge Masvidal? He picked Darren Till to win, and obviously Darren Till got knocked out. And that's the same day that Leon Edwards tried to approach Jorge Masvidal because they were getting into it in, you know, in the locker rooms, and sort of try to interfere with Jorge Masvidal's post-fight interview backstage with Megan O'Leary. You know those little backstage interviews that they do with Megan O'Leary and whatnot? So he goes and he, you know, straight punches him in the face, and I saw that live right there, and I was like, wow, you know what? I'm glad I always stay watching these post-fight shows, because then, you know, it's like, all right, you know what? You see exciting things happening like this. I regret not watching the Trump rally today. That's all I'm saying, man. I wish I had seen it, but you know, that's unfortunate, and that's what it is. So, but America is the place to be at right now, where all the things that are popping live and all the exciting stories that are going on. So. All right. So, let's see. Love all the old school Raiders style. Howie Long, Ken Stabler, Jim Otto. Yeah, man. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not a big football guy, so some of those names, I don't know what they would mean to me, but okay, you know. Yeah, man. You know, I'm not a big I'm not a big football guy, you know, or anything like that, but I do appreciate all sports, because obviously I've fought before, I've done MMA, I've done kickboxing, I've competed in Muay Thai, I've competed in Taekwondo as a kid, I've wrestled as a kid, so all sports is all the same but different. No worries, man. But still, you know what is funny? Even though I'm not a big fan of those sports, like, I'm big into the documentaries. Like, the Pat Tillman documentary. Well, obviously, the Pat Tillman documentary has a geopolitical twist to his story, but nonetheless, it's a football story and fascinating nonetheless. Aaron Hernandez, the same thing, more of a human interest story than it is a football story. You know, obviously, there's some gangster elements that go into that because he was very much attracted into that type of life. So, yeah, man, you know, have you seen Man? Have you seen Man Down, bro? It's based off a true story. Man Down. No, what is that one about? Elaborate to me what that one's about. What is Man Down about? Or who it's about specifically? I wish Trump would get on his Twitter right now on some Tupac business and be like, you know, one shot couldn't stop me. I took it and smiled, because that's literally what Trump did, bro. You know, he took that shot and he smiled. Bro, he was defiant like Tupac, if you really think about it. If you ask the cop, what was that cop's name? The Las Vegas PD gentleman who was there at the scene when Tupac was shot. He was an officer who was on a bicycle, right? What was his? He said, yeah, he was in absolute defiance. He told him, "Hey, f off, this and that. I'm not telling you nothing. I don't know nothing." Just straight, you know, slagged them off. But anyways, here we go. Charles Johnson and Van. Okay, this is going to be an exciting fight. Okay, so look, we talked about the Trump incident the whole entire time. We're still going to talk about it, but I really want to concentrate on this Van fight. I like this kid Van right here. I think he's a Texas Vietnamese fighter. What is that one? U.S. Marine Gabriel Drummer Shia LaBeouf returns from Afghanistan. He finds a place he wants. Okay, man. Okay. So it's a Shia LaBeouf movie. Returns from Afghanistan. He finds a place he once called home is no better than the battlefield he fought on, and later asks first questions. Okay, so it's a Shia LaBeouf movie. Shout out to Shia LaBeouf, by the way. You know, for those that don't know, man, Shia LaBeouf is a legitimate LA gang member. And I know that's going to come a shock to a lot of people, because you look at Shia LaBeouf, you think to yourself that, you know what, this guy, he's, I don't know, like a square white boy or something like that. Nah, homie. You know, Shia LaBeouf is, he's a legitimate Sureño gang member. So, and by the way, the reason why he got into the gang in the first place is because he was method acting for a movie. Yeah, he played that role perfectly as a U.S. Marine. Yeah, Shia LaBeouf, man, he's special, man. He's a great actor. You know what I mean? I got a special place in my heart for Shia LaBeouf. Shout out to him. I'll check that movie out though. I got a good military movie recommendation for you. It's called Purple Hearts. Yeah, check that one out, right? It's about a Marine that married a girl who had diabetes, right? And so the only way that she was going to obtain some kind of medical help was if she was going to marry this guy. And the guy was opposed to it at first, but I think he had some other ulterior motives as well of why he wanted to get married. But yeah, nonetheless, he does a deployment. He comes back and he gets court-martialed for doing an illegal marriage of some sort. But anyways, yeah, that's check it out. It's on Netflix. It's called Purple Hearts. So, but I'll check out Man Down with Shia LaBeouf. That seems like a very interesting movie as well. Something to check out. You know, not just focused obviously on the Afghanistan or the deployment overseas side of it, but also the side of what happens when you go home, which obviously is what you're mentioning here with the Shia LaBeouf situation. So, shout outs to the 60 people around the world that have tapped in with me so far for for this whole entire hour. Yeah, Man Down is really good. He played that role to the T. Okay, so yeah, I mean, you know what? It doesn't surprise me because Shia LaBeouf will literally method act his way into a role. And that is the reason why, by the way, Shia LaBeouf is a known Sureño gang member because he did the movie Tax Collector. And by the way, Brian Ortega is in that movie as well in A Tax Collector, and Brian Ortega is also a known Sureño gang member, by the way. So is Daniel Rodriguez, you know, but that's something that a lot of people don't know. And Joshua Van is walking out right now, and speaking of gang member, I know this dude ain't a gang member, but when I look at Joshua Van, he looks like an Asian boy Crip from California to me. You know, shout out to the Asian boy Crips, you know, in Stockton, Long Beach, LA, and all of that. And the SOS gang and all of that, you know, because you know what they say, you know, the gangsters make the world go round. You know how that goes, but yeah. Josh Van walking out right now. I'm excited for this fight. I'm rooting for Josh Van on this one. So I got two screens up right now. I'm obviously watching NBC, and on the other side, I'm watching ESPN with the coverage for these fights. So can't what? William says can't. Check this out. I was always saying I can't imagine anyone else playing that part as great as him. So my homie from England, he reposted my breaking news. Right, I said breaking news: Trump got shot, but it missed and grazed his ear. Trump is officially the most gangster president ever. Fed charges and getting shot at. Who can't relate to him now? 45s and 47s. And so he wrote, my brother from the United States knows the score. Shagging porn stars, getting shot in the head, and just walking off. This man Trump is gang gang. LOL. He said his man is gang gang. Ah, he said Trump is gang gang. That's what's up. Oh, man. Trump is definitely the GOAT. Man, look, think about this, right? There is no U.S. president that has gone through anything like this. And then on top of that, he's relatable. Man, you can catch Trump at a UFC fight. So I don't know what other sporting events Trump goes to, but you know, obviously he goes to boxing fights as well. He was at the Holyfield Vitor Belfort fight. He was the special guest commentator. No president, man, what president do you know does a live commentary to a fight? Also, Megan Levy is another great movie. Have you seen that? No, I haven't seen that. Tell me what that one's about. All right, so for now, Josh Van taking on Charles Johnson. Here we go. One of the former opponents of Mohamed Makayev. Puerto Ricans for Trump 2024. God bless Trump, you and your audience, and God bless the USA. All right, shout outs to Live Free or Die Trying. Okay, that's what's up. Live free and die trying. Don't forget to like and subscribe because I got some of the most epic content when it comes to mixed martial arts out there. I'm going to give you a reason right now why you should like and subscribe to my channel. Number one, there's a lot of people out there that talk about the kicks and the punches, right? Very boring. I could do that too. I do that as well. I talk about the technical side of things. I actually train with real legitimate UFC fighters, world champions. I've fought myself. I've won amateur Muay Thai titles. I've fought in Muay Thai. I've fought in MMA. I've done wrestling as a kid. I've won Olympic gold medal. I'm sorry, bronze medal championships in Taekwondo when I was a kid. And not only that, I understand geopolitics from the side of MMA, in particular the situation that is going on with Khabib. So there is no channel in MMA that talks about MMA the way that I do and relate it to other things in the world. Oh, and by the way, I also talk about California gang politics on top of that. My channel is a walking action movie. You need to like and subscribe to something like that because I am a walking action movie. Look at me. I am an action movie. I look like a James Bond villain. A West Coast gangster James Bond villain to the max, baby. So that is enough reason for you to like and subscribe to my channel as we are witnessing Josh Van taking on Charles Johnson right now, while we are also covering the Trump assassination attempts. Not only that, I'm also going to address a few of my YouTube beefs, people that I got problems with online. People, when it comes to street issues, I'm never going to talk about that because that's for the streets. But if we got YouTube beef or online beef, I'm going to put that to the forefront because that's entertaining. But when it comes to the streets and you got beef with me, you'll know because I'm not going to talk about it here. I'm just going to come to your house and address it to you right then and there. So anyways, let's get back to it now. Shout out to the 70 people around the world that have tapped in onto this channel already. And shout outs to Live Free and Liberty. Live Free and Die Trying Liberty. Something. 80 people now. 80 people now in this live stream that has tapped in with us. True life story of Megan Levy, a young Marine corporal whose unique discipline and bond with the military combat dog. Oh, okay, so it's about a combat dog. Oh, okay, I did see that. I'm sorry, I did see that. Okay, I forgot the name of the title. I know that, yes, it's on Netflix. That one I saw. Okay, okay, that's, yeah, that's definitely one that I've seen. Hold on a second, I'm going to share this to,
those individuals obviously were potentially in harm's way as well, as much obviously as the Secret Service agents who rushed to surround the former president and make sure that if there were any other shots that were fired, that it would hit those Secret Service agents and not Trump.
All right, Tom, thanks for that update. When you were able to show us those images,
all right.
Just let us know. We'll go back.
So here we go. Josh is walking down Johnson. Josh Van, right? Ooh, okay. Megan Levy. Oh, he just knocked down Charles Johnson right now. See, I told you this kid is special, but look at this. He got Joshua caught. Okay, he got out of that one. It's not, Iwi people said, thanks. Oh, thank you. Thank you for tapping in, man. I always love when I see new viewers in here, and of course the same loyal ones that are always here. William, Savachi Financial, Dinkelstein Play. Who else is a regular here? 13th Warrior Assassin from UAE. All those guys. So stay tapped in, and I'll mention your name and your screen name on this channel because we are a new MMA channel and we're trying to build and trying to create a different community out there for everybody to enjoy, right? And for also everybody to take a look at MMA in a different perspective. William says, bro, off subject, I love how Eazy-E and Ice Cube always rocked the Raiders gear. Well, of course, man, you know, you're a Raiders guy. Why would you not love them from doing that, right? But no, here's the thing, right? Think about this. The Raiders are a great example for LA because let's just be honest, right? LA is a gang-infested, you know, region of the world. Let's just be honest about it, right? So who better than the Raiders to represent that type of city? So there you have it. Okay, so there are reports now that Trump's running mate, which is going to be his vice president, was going to be announced Wednesday. So that's going to be interesting right there.
The general election. That delegate suggesting to me that the TV ratings for that Thursday night primetime speech that will happen 10, 11 p.m. Eastern time will be high. This for this Republican Party, Lester, Donald Trump
Just queued it up for later. Oh, just queued it up for later. Awesome. Okay. That's what's up.
these rallies around the country 9 years running now. And here today in
So, yeah, so Wednesday is going to be the day that they're going to announce the vice president candidate.
and expected to Barron as well before the family will arrive here less than 48 hours. This convention will move forward, we're told, though.
Okay, so they said that the convention will move forward. I'm telling you, the pop that Trump is going to get after that, it's going to be insane, right? The Raiders were built on being pure badasses. Teams feared playing them because of how bad they were and beat up on their opponents. Well, you got to think of it like this, right? I think there's a psychology behind the Raiders and why they behave the way they do, and also why their fan bases behaves the way that they do. Think about this. The Raiders are just absolutely vicious, right? Why? Because look at their symbol. It's got a guy that has one eye. It's a pirate. It looks very menacing. And it sort of plays a psychology in your head that you have to live up to this menacing type of mentality. Sort of like Cobra Kai. Obviously, that's fiction. But you would imagine that the producers of that show and the creators of that show are trying to capture that sense of psychology, of violence, of unhinged behavior. So that's what the Raiders represent. I absolutely love our logo, pure badass. Really, it's really the most gangster logo there is in sports, really. And you know, you look at all the gangsters, they love it. So, and Joshua Van is walking down Charles Johnson this whole entire fight. The Megan movie, UE people says.
Undoubtedly, when those who are planning the Republican National Convention, the security detail for that event will take a step back
Ooh.
and assess everything that they have just planned. Lester, all of this comes as we're getting a statement from the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, about the shooting tonight. The first time we are hearing from him, he says, I have been briefed on the shooting at former President Trump's rally.
Wow, okay, yeah, Joshua has been walking him down this whole entire fight. Okay, wait, what do we have here? Attorney General Merrick Garland's statement on the shooting at former President Trump's rally. What did it say here? Okay, let me read this part right here. Okay, the Justice Department issued the following statements from the Attorney General Merrick B. Garland. Oh my God, you are so right. The gangsters love the Raider gear. Yeah, they do, because it symbolizes who they are in a nutshell. Justice Department rally. I've been briefed on the shooting at the former president rally, and have briefed the president, the FBI, ATF, U.S. Attorney General Office for the Western District of Pennsylvania. The Departments of National Security Division are currently working with the Secret Service as well as state and local law enforcement partners on the ground in Butler, Pennsylvania. My heart is with the former president, those injured, the family, and the spectator killed in this horrific attack. They said that we will not tolerate violence of any kind, and violence like this is an attack on our democracy. The Justice Department will bring every available measure to bear to this investigation. So that's what we have so far. Okay. So that is from the Attorney General of Maryland. So look at this one dude in the foreground. You couldn't be more right on the Raiders logo. It is not meant, it is not to be messed with by any means. I mean, hey, listen, man, you know, there's a reason why you love that team, right? I mean, look, there has to be a part of you that is sort of angry that they are living in Las Vegas now, right? I mean, because you got to think, right? Like, I know that originally they were an LA team, right? And especially in the NWA days, you know, they wore that. It was like the symbol of LA, but then they moved to Oakland, so it's sort of like their home. I'm going to tell you, man, the Raiders moving that many times, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of a lot of LA gang members, if you really think about it. To be honest, they belong in LA, and they do. And you know what? So do a lot of LA gang members. A lot of LA gang members belong in LA, but you know what? A lot of them move to Northern California, just like the Raiders did. A lot of LA gangsters move to Las Vegas, just like the Raiders did. So the Raiders essentially is like one of these OG gangbangers that moves around California and Las Vegas. And I'm trying to get a Keefe D press pass so I could go cover his trial. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, if I rolled up in the Las Vegas trial with Keefe D, he would look at me up and down and say, hey, cuz, who is Arab nigga over here? Who the is that guy? Yeah, well, okay, I'm saying who the F is that guy like he's Conor McGregor, and I was about to do an Irish accent, but you know what I mean. You know, but yeah, man, you know, Keefe D. You know, how about Whack 100, the manager of the game in Blueface tried to bail him out. Oh my god. Man, that hearing was so embarrassing for Whack 100. It was very embarrassing. Because he looked like the middleman instead of the boss. Okay, because remember, when Suge Knight bailed Tupac out of prison, it looked like the biggest boss move ever. They were like, here, we're going to bail you out with millions of dollars. We're going to give you a record deal. We're going to give you this much. We're going to give you a house in LA. We're going to give you a car. And then we're going to jump you into the Bloods, which is what happened with Tupac. And by the way, that's a verified story. By the way, yeah, the Raiders should have never moved from LA. But were you happy? Oh, no! Josh Van just got finished. Oh, man, no. No. No, my man Josh Van got finished. Oh, no. Hey, I tell you what. That Muhammad Mokaev win definitely looks really good right now. If you think about it, right? Because Muhammad Mokaev schooled this Charles Johnson guy. I mean, he didn't finish him, but he schooled him, and this win right here just aged well for Muhammad Mokaev. And now we are going to move into the main card in the next couple of minutes right now. So, yeah, long-range uppercut on that one. Why do you think the Raiders went to Vegas? I have my beliefs on why they moved. Well, I think the reason why they moved to Vegas was because there was just opportunity there, tourism, the fact that they were able to sell the tickets for a higher price. It was a business move by the end of the day. There were too many teams in California. For one, the taxes had something to do with it. Just by the decision of the owner. That's my assumption. Just from, obviously, I don't understand the individual sport of football, but my background in public relations management and things of that nature, I understand sports from that perspective. Kevin Ward says cheap on taxes. Yeah, see, there you go. So Kevin Ward, shout outs to Kevin Ward on the chat right now. That's my basic assumption as well. But let me know. Obviously, you have a theory on why the Raiders had moved. Let me know why, William. Why you think? Because obviously, me and Kevin are going with the notion that it's taxes. Took the words right out of my mouth. It surrounds dollar signs. Okay, so there you go. See? So there you go. I don't know a lot about football, but I know a lot about sports management and public relations. So, and, you know, sometimes it doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand that a lot of moves are made when it comes to money. But I would have thought that, yeah, they would make a lot of money in Los Angeles because, you know, they are a popular team down there. But you also got to understand something about Los Angeles, bro. LA is not like these other smaller markets or local. Like right here, I live out here in Sacramento, right? Everybody out here is a Sacramento Kings fan. Okay, not just people that wear the gang colors that match the Sacramento Kings. I mean everybody, even the Bloods, right? Because obviously it's Sacramento Kings and whatnot with different colors, purple and gold or whatever. But either way, everybody here loves the Kings. They're loyal to them. City on the rise. Which city is on the rise? Sacramento? Kevin Ward? Let me know. And let me know where you're from. If you're from Sacramento, if there's anybody here from Sacramento, let me know. Tap in with me whenever you're here. I'm always, you know, in the gyms around here, whether it's MMA gyms, fitness gyms, and whatnot. Tap in with me. You know, I'm a pretty well-known face out here in Sacramento, Las Vegas. All right, so shout out to Las Vegas. Shout out to Las Vegas on that one. I got a buddy of mine in Canada. He trained with population-wise. Okay, city on the rise population-wise, Las Vegas. Okay. Okay, what is Charles Johnson talking about here? Another mental battle. It's always a mental battle with these people. Everything is about, oh, mental health issues or this and that. You know, oh, mental health. I have mental health issues. Oh my God, I'm Patty Pimblett. I have mental health issues. I'm a popular UFC fighter, but I have mental health issues. Well, maybe because you eat a lot of bad food in between your training camps and you start feeling a certain way. Same thing with Tyson Fury. He said that he had these mental health issues he had going on when he gained all that weight from 2015 to 16. Well, yeah, you're eating all this bad food. You're drinking beer every day. You're messing up your body, your livers, and your organs on top of that. So no wonder you have mental health problems, as they say. It's because you're not eating right. Now try eating right. Try getting some good sleep. Try getting some sun, and then talk to me about mental health problems if you still have some after that. If you do, well, maybe there is some other underlying issues there, but you know, if you just try a few of these steps, for most people, you'll realize they don't really have that mental health issue that they claim to have, or that they just try to virtue signal to the world for attention. Shout out to the 100 people around the world that have tapped in with me from around the world right now. Do not forget to like and subscribe as we are about to head into the main card, while we are also covering the Trump assassination attempt, which, by the way, is a very historical event, and here we are to cover it. By the way, we don't just cover MMA. We cover all types of sports. Well, not all types of sports. We just cover MMA, but in my opinion, we cover MMA with world geopolitical issues on top of that. In my opinion, William says, in my opinion, alcohol and drugs only make mental health issues worse. 100%. That's really what it is, right? You take that away, you'll see how much your life gets better. But maybe that's a little bit more simple for people that don't like the pull yourself up your bootstraps type of advice that you'd like to give to people. All right, man, we got some new subscribers here. This is what I love, man. This is why I love going live. I'm always getting new subscribers every time I'm going live. So shout outs to the ones that have subscribed, that have an appreciation for this content. And we're going to continue on as we move into the main card right now of the UFC Denver card. The first fight is going to be in the middleweight division. Abdul Razak Al-Hassan taking on Cody Brundage. And then featherweight, Julian Erosa taking on Christian Rodriguez. Would you say the Raiders run LA and not the Rams or the Chargers? I would say, well, you know what? I'm going to say within the hood of LA. I can't speak for all of LA, but if you go to any hood in LA, I mean, these dudes, whether they're Blood, Crip, or SAs, or who knows, maybe even the white supremacist gangs, they all rock Raiders. You know what I mean? Everybody in LA that's hood or gangster, they all rock the Raiders. So for the gangsters and for the people that are in the hood, yeah, I'll say that the Raiders definitely, run that section of LA. But I think for the most part, everybody in LA is now down with the Rams. They obviously won a Super Bowl, so that can only be big for their market, and for LA to get behind them on top of that. The Chargers, they've been a San Diego team for a long time. So becoming an LA team, it really makes almost small differences. Obviously, it's an hour drive away from each other, but it's still a small enough difference that really it's unnoticeable. They're a Southern California team by the end of the day. So shout out to everybody in this road to 500 subscribers. I am now up to 366 subscribers on my 409th video. I probably made more videos than this, but some of them I had erased for whatever reason. But I just think we have a greater and bigger fan base. You do, because think about it, man. The Raiders, bro, listen, the Raiders have some of the rowdiest fans ever. Rowdiest fans ever. I mean, there is no doubt about it. I mean, look, I'm not a football guy, but I know better than to talk trash to a group of Raiders fans, okay? You know what I mean? Like, you're liable to get jumped. Never mind jumped. You're liable to get... And all that, right? By Raiders fans, you're liable to do that to you. You know what I mean? Like, that's... I mean, come on, man. That is the most gangster fan base in the world. You know, probably more gangster than Millwall football. You know, or all these other fringe, you know, soccer clubs in the United Kingdom and whatnot. So here we go. The main card of the evening. Yeah, we don't play reindeer games, if you know what I mean. No, they don't. No, they don't, man. No, they don't. They are a rowdy bunch. They are a dangerous bunch, and you absolutely have to respect, you know, the Raiders fans for sure. So, not much reports on the Trump incident so far yet. Let's see here. What fight are you watching? UFC Denver, my man. We are watching UFC Denver, which is on right now. It's headlined by Tracy Cortez and Rose Namajunas. Is it a good fight? There's been some good fights tonight so far, but I think the fights are going to get even better. How about this? Drew Dober is on the card. How about Santiago Ponzinibbio is in the card with Muslim Salikov? Man, I'm telling you, these fight nights are a sleeper, okay? I didn't even realize that Muslim Salikov is in this card, let alone Muslim Salikov fighting Santiago Ponzinibbio. Man, you're going to expect a lot of spinning attack kicks on this one. Question for you. Go ahead, shoot away, William. Okay, here's let's lower this UFC side down. Let's hear Joe Biden.
That there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. And everybody must condemn it. Everybody.
In your opinion, what makes a great MMA fighter? Okay, great. Okay, so I just played the Biden one right now, and I'm going to answer your question, and we're going to go back to concentrating on the UFC. So what makes a great MMA fighter, William asked. I'm going to answer that question right now. So, William, what makes a great MMA fighter is well-roundedness. You know what? What I'm going to do right now, I'm going to post a video of my training that I did on my community page right now, right? And I'm going to show you what I did in that training footage, right? But first, let me post this on my community right now. So, I'm going to post that, and then I'm going to post something else in my community just to, on my community tab, by the way. And then I'm going to tell you what makes a good fighter. You got to be well-rounded. You got to be able to do everything, right? So what do I mean by that, by being well-rounded? In other words, when you're training for MMA, you train for MMA and not for boxing or not for kickboxing or not for jiu-jitsu. What a lot of so-called MMA fighters really miss out on is what they do is sometimes they train one aspect or two aspects of the sport, whereas you really have to train all aspects of the sport. And in other words, when you're shadow boxing, you're not just shadow boxing for, let's say, boxing. You have to shadow box for kickboxing and MMA, and you have to do it for MMA. So what do I mean by that? You have to shoot in takedowns. You have to attempt clinches. You got to be able to switch from a clinch to a punching position, from a punching position to a kicking range position, and then back into a clinch, and then back into shooting in on a lower level, switching levels while you're going up and down on your levels, and then also being aware of all the 360-degree angle around you. Makes perfect sense. Train for MMA, not boxing, correct. And that's what a lot of guys do. They train for one sport, whereas, you know, I think they should be training for all sports. Like, for example, I see Dustin Poirier, right? Sometimes he'll have these training videos where in the training video, he'll just do nothing but boxing. And I'm like thinking, are you gonna fight Manny Pacquiao? Like, you know, in a boxing rules, are you gonna fight Floyd Mayweather? Why are you training just boxing? You gotta mix in the strikes and the takedowns and things of that nature. Now, if you've ever trained with Khabib in AKA out here in San Jose, what he will tell you is, if you, let's say you're just a striker, right, which by the way is what Usman Nurmagomedov is really good at, right? He'll remind him, hey, shoot in for a takedown. Throw some takedowns in there. Do a little bit of everything, right? So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to post my training video from my Facebook link into my community. Yeah, why are you boxing? This is MMA. Correct, yeah. You know, that was what was kind of shocking about some of the training videos that I see. But I get it. There are days where you do train just this. But then again, it just makes me wonder, you know, how much do you really train one over the other? Okay, so I have the link on my community section right now. Not only do I have the live link to this stream that is going on right now, I have the live link to my training video that I did on Facebook. You guys can check it out right now on the community section of this channel. And it will give you an example of what William had asked right there, which is what makes a good MMA fighter, and that's just try to be as well-rounded as possible, mix up the strikes, mix up everything in between. And I got some pretty good soundtrack into that training footage as well. It's just me training in my garage, hitting the bag, but not just hitting the bag, also working on MMA. I also do ground and pound drills in that training session. I also do spinning attacks. I do boxing ranges. I switch stances. I work on the clinch. I do a little bit of everything. So please, right now, while you're watching this, also look at the video that I posted on my community section. And yeah, check it out and let me know what you guys think. Okay, and if you're willing, you want to be my Facebook friend as well, let me know. Hit me up on the message, and we can always connect that way. If you want to collaborate, or if you want to do something, or if you have any ideas for the channel and things of that nature, go check it out. Yep. So shout outs at this point right now. Let us shout out how many people are you seen that? Little bubbles right there. Just having a little fun at this, these little, here we go. We'll just go back to normal. All right. We should do a live together, man. Sometime soon. Would be an honor to have a good chat with you. What did he say here? Be honored to have a good chat with you about the state of the country or whatever. Yeah, man. You know what? Yeah, absolutely. Just hit me up. Obviously there's a link to my Facebook right there where I have my little training session that you can check out, which, by the way, sort of answers your question, William. What does it take to be a well-rounded mixed martial arts fighter? Work on a little bit of everything, right? That's what I learned from guys that have trained with Khabib. That's what I've learned from guys that I've trained with, such as Uriah Faber, Chad Mendez, and things of that nature. Do everything. Do everything, because being well-rounded is what makes you deadly, and not only that is what realistically makes you the best fighter there is. What is the best way to contact you? Facebook or Twitter. Obviously, you could hit me up on Twitter. I have Twitter, my link on Twitter in some of my videos. You can go look in the description below. In some of my videos, you'll see my Twitter link there. You can hit me up through that. If you happen to run across my Facebook with some of the links that I put on the community page, you can contact with me that way. Bruce Lee is still the MMA godfather. I would say so. But this is what I think about Bruce Lee, right? I think that if he were to fight in MMA today, I think that he would have serious problems with wrestlers, right? And here's another thing that a lot of people hate when it comes to certain comparisons that I make, right? I think that Conor McGregor and Bruce Lee are no different, right? McGregor uses a lot of strong boxing with good kicks to sort of fend you off in a certain range position, right? Bruce Lee is the same way. And not only that, I think he's very limited in his ground game, although a lot of people would love to overestimate his abilities in the ground. Maybe someday next week we can do a live. I'll hit you up. Yeah, man, let me know. Let me know. The next live and the next interview I'm going to do is with this UK boxer named Tommy Jacobs. He was the former captain of the British Olympic team. And he went to jail because he did some real gangster stuff, right? Look, this guy, he took an axe and tried to yield it at... You'll find out more, okay? You'll find out more. Stay tuned to this channel because I'm going to have Tommy Jacobs on here and we're going to talk. And we're going to talk about his situation. We're going to talk about him promoting some boxing events nowadays, his boxing career, and things of that nature. So Bruce Lee was so fast at his moves. You really think he would have had problems with these MMA fighters? 100%, man. Especially with guys that have a good wrestling background, because he even said it himself. He said that the one type of fighter that he fears the most are guys that know how to wrestle and guys that know how to box at the same time. So that's the kind of guy you're dealing with in... You know what I mean? Like with Bruce Lee, he admits where his limits are. He was even asked, what do you think would happen with a fight between you and Muhammad Ali? He said that Muhammad Ali would crush me, just his size alone. So Bruce Lee was very self-aware of his abilities, but he also knew that he could whoop a lot of people's butt. Just like me, man, I've trained with some of the toughest fighters in the world. I know I can't whoop every single one of them, but for the vast majority of the world, I mean, I welcome you to try, just like that idiot from the Don't Unfriend Me show that goes and thinks he can beat me in a fight. He's 50 years old, he's only been in shape for 5 years, and all of a sudden he thinks that he has some kind of opportunity with one shot to hit me. I urge you to take a look at my training video to see the updates of the type of footwork that I have right now, and you tell me if this guy has a chance in hell to even hit me once, let alone go impact for impact with me on the strength of the shots that I would give him. But that's neither here or there. Check out the video that I have going on. It is on my community section of my page with a YouTube, with a Facebook link to my training video that I did with some awesome West Coast gangster rap soundtrack to go along with it. Meantime, here's Abdul Hassan Razak being introduced. I see where you're coming from, William says. I'll say this, in a street fight, I would definitely want Bruce Lee on my side. Yeah, look, he'll beat up a vast majority of people, but I'm just saying, you know, if you go up against a real professional MMA fighter with a wrestling and grappling background, and with decent enough striking, he's going to have problems. Like, imagine a Bo Nickel that is the size of Bruce Lee, right? Same size as Bruce Lee, Bo Nickel. I would go with that, you know, a smaller version of Bo Nickel. And then here's Brundage right now, shoots in on the takedown on Hassan Razak right away. He goes and stuffed the takedowns. He's beating the hell out of Cody right now. This could end really quickly right now. He stuffs the takedowns, hits him with some shots on the way from the sprawl position, and now Cody Brundage is now fighting for his life, and he is now looking for a finish. Bo Nickel, yeah. Bo Nickel, or a Bo Nickel type that is the size of Bruce Lee would absolutely destroy Bruce Lee. That's it. It is, oh, wait, what is that? Oh, wow, okay, he paused the action. Dan Mergliotta paused the action. Was he built like Bruce Lee? Bo Nickel, no. Bo Nickel is a current, you know, UFC fighter right now. He's a 185 fighter. I'm surprised you don't know him. He's actually a Pennsylvania-based fighter, and you know, I know he's a Trump supporter, so I don't know if he went to the rally or not. If he did, oh my god, that would be. I doubt he did though. He was, you know, Bo Nickel. He's a very disciplined individual. He's probably out training somewhere. But the action is stopped right here in the Hassan Brundage fight. I believe he was elbowing him on the back of his head, and Dan Mergliotta stopped him, warned him, and. There's an official timeout right now. I don't know if he's going to take a point away. At this point, this is one of those referees' discretion. So, by what is going on here? Let's see here. Okay, it's been 2.5 minutes already. They're asking him if he wants to continue or not. Yeah, it would be a no contest if they were to stop this fight right now. But he said that it was an accidental shot, so. After 5 minutes of the official timeout, they're going to have to, Brundage is lame. Those didn't even hurt him. Yeah, I think he's playing possum, by the way. He's definitely playing possum. Yeah, so I'll tell you this, right? I had a fight up, an MMA fight up in Reno. I fought this kid named Valdez, right? So what had happened was he illegally kicked me while I was shooting in for a takedown. I didn't stop the action, by the way. I continued on fighting. After we fought, I still continued fighting, by the way. He ended up finishing me, but then it ended up becoming a no contest. And before that fight had ended, I was beating the guy. And, you know, that's just what it is. Nowadays, this new generation of guys, it's a little bit different, you know, because obviously there's the Aljo effect. You've seen what happened with Aljo. It was a big controversy. He looked like the biggest wussy in MMA of all time as a result of it. He became a meme, but he obviously came and redeemed himself. But look at Anthony Smith, right? He could have gotten John Jones disqualified and walked out with the belt, but he missed out on that opportunity, so... Yeah, Dominic Cruz is making a good point right now. He said you either want to fight or you don't. And, you know, yeah, you know what? I agree with William there, man. You know, these shots don't hurt, man. He's just being an opportunist right now, in my humble opinion. But you never know. Nobody's even watching Armpits of Profit. Well, you are. And if you want to look at the analytics that I have right now, so far, 132 people have been watching. So, thank you, Mr. AFBM, whatever Profit your name is, or whatever you want to call it. This is how people are, aren't they? You know, they love to watch a disaster. They, oh, no one's watching your page, or they love to, like, you know, make you feel bad about yourself. But I tell you what, you're not the one with a YouTube channel. Nobody has been in this live. Look at the comment section below. But anyways, man, you're a hater. Like, I don't know what your problem is, you coming in here. Like, you can't possibly be living a better life than me for you to come into this chat and talk all this smack, Mr. Prophet, whatever your name is. Like, oh, nobody's in here or this and that. I'm like, well, you are. And people come in and out of this live chat. So guess what? That's another view. So far, I've had 140 people come into my live. You do a live right now, I guarantee you do it for, let's say, an hour or so. I guarantee you would probably not even get two views on it. Right now, I'm at 136 views thanks to him. I blocked him, man. Blocked who? There's only one person in here. Well, you, William, and then a whole and another buddy of mine. So that's good enough for me. Hey, buddy, listen to me. Understand this, right? I'm a guy that's already well off, that's trying to do YouTube. You, I don't know what you do with your life, but if you're trying to do YouTube, it's because you're trying to get some money and you're trying to build a status for yourself. I already have status. Who cares? Who cares? You're the one that came in here and tried to make anybody care. And guess what? I'm going to address you on it. So that's what it is. Unhappy people with unhappy lives. It's no wonder you don't have a profile pic. It's no wonder you don't share your identity. Anyway, share your identity. Tell us what you do for a living. Tell us what you do for your job. Tell us what you do that's so great that you can come up in here and try to criticize just to feel better about yourself. Yeah, so there's what, 3 or 4 people in here? Of course, I'm a small channel, you moron. Like, you think that I'm just going to have I am a veteran. Oh, okay, and of what? I don't really care what you do or who you are or what you did. I'm a veteran. A lot of dudes are veterans. I served in Vietnam. Okay, a lot of dudes have served in Vietnam. What does that mean? And again, a guy who served in Vietnam doesn't come in here acting like a kid on Call of Duty. You know, you sound like one of these kids on Call of Duties. What made you compelled to come in here and say that? Right? For somebody that wants to come and, you know, make a better life for himself, for somebody that wants to do something good, for somebody that's trying to strive something, and then you come in here, oh, you only have this many people in your live chat. Okay, I'm okay with that. You know, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with chatting with William here. You know, I've chatted with people from around the world. You can't even fight. Bro, how do you know that? How do you know whether I could fight or not? Huh? Can you fight? Can you fight? Answer me this question. Can you fight? Huh? I'll bet you can't. Come on now. You're a Vietnam vet. You act like a kid. And yes, I'm not going to talk, from now on, I'm not going to talk to a guy that doesn't have a profile pic. I'm just going to let you talk. I'm going to let you talk and talk and talk as much as you want. You're helping me. You're actually helping me by talking, because by you engaging, you're helping my algorithm. So I may have 2 or 3 people that are watching right now. By the end of this, I'm going to have hundreds and hundreds of other people just based on you talking. So keep talking quicker than you could believe. And here's the thing, right? Here's what I don't understand about people that say they can fight online but don't have a profile pic. Here's the thing. I know that I can fight because I'm showing you my face to the world. Not only am I showing my face to the world, like, I'm showing you that I have a profile pic. I'm showing you that I have, a real image. I'm showing you that I have real training footage. I'm showing you that I have real fights. I'm showing you that I have real life experience that you don't have. My face is on my videos, dummy. And your point? What is your point? What is your point that your videos are on your... hey, man, the Roxy on my profile pic, unfortunately, she went into heaven back in October. I miss her. Oh, man, that's crazy. I miss her like crazy. She was an amazing dog, man. She was 13, yeah. Sorry to hear that about your dog, my man. So the next fight that is coming up is Julian Arosa and Christian Rodriguez. All right.
My entire world is about to fall apart. I'm about to lose everyone I ever loved. Not my problem. Is that what you said when your world went to shit? Come again. This Wolverine let down his entire...
But my sketches slip into completely hands-free. I just step in and they're on.
Wow. Okay. I just disliked the live. Okay. So what is the point? What is the point of you you realize that liking and disliking nowadays are really no different? Like, it counts as a like. Like, a no reaction is the worst that you could do, but the fact that you're reacting and the fact that you're please continue to comment. Let's continue to comment. How about this? Let me lure you into this conversation, Prophet. What would you do in a fight before I block you and get rid of you, right, for being a nuisance? Write down in the comment section what you would do in a fight. Trolls really have no soul or life. Right, and this is a guy that claims to be a vet in Vietnam. All right. Yeah, so what is the result of the end of that fight? Cody Funkmaster Brundage. What's up, Daniel 218? There it is. Another regular on this chat right here. Welcome, my man. Welcome to the chat. Everybody, I want everybody who's on this chat right now to go after AFMB Prophet. Go after him right now. Go after him. Okay, he's being a troll. I'm not going to block him. He did his Aljo impersonation. He did, man. He did. And you know what? It worked out for him in the end. So, AFBM Prophet. What a joke. What a joke. What a bloody joke you are. What a joke you are. And he said that he's a veteran in what was his MOS. Thanks, guys. Have a good one. Yeah, you have a good one, too. Thank you for helping my channel as a hater. And by the way, you know what you are, Prophet? Your name should be ABFM Pom Pom because you're a cheerleader, and that's what you're here to do. You're here to come here and pom pom and cheerlead for me. So that's what it is. Prophet comes to places like this for attention that his mother never gave him. That's highly accurate. You know what I mean? Like, think about it, right? You come in here and you troll away. What is your overall goal for that? I don't know, man. You know what I mean? Like, Vietnam vet. You're a Vietnam vet and you behave like that. What is... I find it hard to believe he's a vet coming in here acting like that. I mean, yeah, bro. Like, come on, man. You know what I mean? And he said he disliked my page. You idiot. You realize that likes and dislikes are the same? By the way, there's a saying in the professional wrestling business, and I know William is a big pro wrestling guy here, right? The worst reaction is a no reaction. And guess what? You gave me a reaction. You're doing your job. I'm doing my job. We're all happy. I got nothing against you, man. You know what I mean? Like, he comes up in here and he's like making fun of me for having a low what do you call it? Low viewership that's in here. Bro, I'm a small channel. I literally started YouTube 1 year ago. And you think, like, I don't know, man, you think that I'm just going to have automatically 10 people right here? Like, I don't understand. But he says he has a channel with his face on it. I'm not interested. Yes, please get this clown out of here. Well, he doesn't have to get out of here. He can continue saying what he wants to say, but laughing my ass off, this is hilarious. No, you're hilarious. You're hilarious because you're getting attention for all the wrong reasons. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what you think you were going to accomplish out of this, but... So, Curtis Blades and Tom Aspinall, which, in my opinion, by the way, I think is the real heavyweight championship of the world. That's what I think. Why? Because, let's just be honest, right? John Jones, it's questionable whether he's the real champion or not. Nope, he's not. Who's not? Who's not? AFMB Prophet. How people troll online behind a keyboard is beyond me. Well, William, you know what? Chris Brown, what other sports do you watch on your free time? Well, Chris Brown, I also enjoy soccer. I'm a Manchester City United fan. Let me know if you like soccer or if you're into any particular teams, and if so, let me know. But yeah, I'm a Manchester City guy. I live in Sacramento, so I'm loyal to the Sacramento Kings in one form or another. Let's just say that. Shout outs to the Sacramento Kings. I love MC United. Manchester United. Okay. What is this? Langholm Way, Virginia. Pull up. I don't understand. Like, you're... What? So what is this? You're giving... Let's fight. So, let me get this straight. You're a Vietnam vet. Langholm Mansa. So, let me get this straight. You're a Vietnam vet. You're giving me your address. Okay? To fight you. Why? And I don't understand, like when people do this, right? Do you, like, how realistic do you think this is? Bro, I just said I'm not a Vietnam vet, goofy. Well, what do you expect me? You expect me to really look at your profile and, like, understand who you are, waste my time looking at your profile just for what reason, actually? Like, you don't make any sense. So that makes sense that you're not a Vietnam vet because you act like a freaking kid. I mean, let's be real, bro. Like, pull up, sucker. Okay, so you got one more stupid comment, and then I'm just going to block you after that, because at this point, you're not really serving any special interest. They play Rosenberg on the 15th. What has this man done for you to wanting to fight him? Okay, I'm sorry, I'll stop. Nothing. I don't even know this guy. It's just, yeah, man. But you're in, but you live in Virginia, so I'm assuming you live in the same place as that Matt Spear guy who I'm beefing with from the Don't Unfriend Me show then, huh? That explains a lot. But if you want more details on that particular beef, check out my latest video I have of Bilal Muhammad's low views on JRE. Because the reason for my beef with this guy, really, it stems from the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. Because he's a strong supporter of Israel. There's nothing wrong with that. Who the F is that? He's a conservative podcast host who I'm having a go and back and forth with right now, right? He has a channel on YouTube. He has a channel on Facebook, of which he blocked me from. But yeah, wait, are you Muslim? Yeah. And if you say anything anti-Islamic or anything like that, I'm banning you, because I'm just not going to sit here and take this BS from you. You know what I mean? Like, you say one more thing that's stupid, you're out of here. You know what I mean? So just full warning. I'm not gonna play internet tough guy with you or this and that. You can go play internet tough guy with somebody else. Salam. That's right. Salam to you as well. So behave, all right? Behave, or I'm getting you out of here. You know what I mean? I mean, we can have fun, we can banter, but you know, you never know where I'm gonna be pissed off with El-Kheer. Forgive me. So you are Muslims. You're Muslim? Okay, that's what's up, man. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So if you're Muslim, answer me right now without looking at Google, right? I feel like a dumbass. Why do you feel like a dumbass? Okay, do you feel like a dumbass because you were trolling somebody that's supposed to be in the same gang as you, and then you realize that we are on the same gang and that you shouldn't be doing that to somebody that's in the same gang as you? Is that why you're apologizing? Let me know if that's your reason why. Love Diego Dalit from Manchester United. Trolling a Muslim. Yeah, no doubt, man. Hey, if you're Muslim and you know, and you didn't know, it's all good. Hey, you know what? We're not a gang. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. I have my own gang, and I'm in. No, let's not go there. Let's just say I'm from California, and we'll just keep it at that. Shout out to the Asian boy Crips. But anyways, understand this, bro. Yeah, if you're Muslim, that's all right. You didn't know I was Muslim, so you were under the pretenses that I'm not. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I got into it with a couple of Afghans at the 24-hour fitness gym because I didn't know that they were Muslim, right? I realized, oh wait, you know, this guy has an Afghan accent. Hey, are you Muslim? I'm a gangster disciple from VA. All right, that's what's up. Shout outs to the GDs of Virginia. I didn't even know they had plugged in from Chicago. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. Love, bro. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. Yeah, there's a lot of Muslims that are in the GD. So, free Larry Hoover. Oh, okay. All right, so you know your thing, bro. You know your thing. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. Shout out to you, bro. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Don't forget to like and subscribe, because, hey, I will, William says here, I will reach out to you on Facebook, man. We can do a live sometime next week. Inshallah, bro. Yes, we are growth and development. GD is growth and development. Please, bro. Come on, bro. I mean, look, man. I'm not trying to disrespect your set or anything like that, homie. But I'm a little reluctant when a gang, you know, even people that are within the organizations out here, even the Crips, they say, what does the Crips stand for? Community, real intelligence, people, and I don't know, whatever. You got to do a video on Jay Brisco, okay? Yeah. I kept that on my notes. I wrote somewhere on that, you know, as research, because I always write on my notes for different research of different types of videos I'm going to do, or different live stream topics I'm going to get into. So yeah, you know, I'll definitely you know, check that out. And AFBM Prophet, hey, no hard feelings, man. You know, you're obviously a Muslim brother. Shout outs to the GDs of Virginia. Shout outs to all the Muslims of Chicago and the GDs of Chicago as well. And everybody that you're plugged in. It's all good. It's all love. Yeah, bro, I absolutely love your content. Thanks, brother. And I hope FMBM likes my content too. That's what it's all about, man. You know what I mean? We banter. We go at it sometimes. Oh, wow, there's a submission right there. Julian just caught a submission right there. There it is. Guillotine choke by Julian Arosa. Shout out to Julian Arosa for that beautiful submission right there that we just witnessed. I just subscribed, El-Kheer. Thank you so much, El-Kheer. And please, do me a favor. Bring another 100 people with you to subscribe, please. That would be very helpful. Matter of fact, bring all the GDs to subscribe. Pardon me, I just be bored in the crib. Yeah, no problem, bro. It's all good. It's all good, man. You know what? That's what it's all about, right? You know, we started off with fire and we ended up with cool water and ice at the same time. You know what I mean? So it's all love by the end of the day. And, you know, ain't no hate in my heart. And you know what it is, man. You know, it's always love and respect to all the Muslims worldwide. And I'm assuming you probably knew that I was Muslim because of the beard. I mean, look, a lot of dudes out there have long beards, right? Especially like bikers and all that, right? But they don't got beards like this where they cut the mustache off, right? So maybe that was the indication. As you know, there's a lot of guys in Philadelphia that have beards like mine. So, yeah. All right, first round stoppage by Julian Erosa on this one. All right. So, all right, we got that out of the way. Let's what is the next fight after Julian Erosa? It is going to be Gabriel Bonfim and Angie Lusa, welterweight division, and then Drew Dover against Gene Silva. That's a good fight. Oakland, California for life, Williams says. That's what's up, man. So, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 good fights up ahead right now. So, we got a lot to look forward to in this one right here. Trump injured in apparent assassination attempt. All right. Bisping is also doing a live stream right now. And that's what's up. When will you be live again, man? I'm not sure, man. You know what? You know what's strange about my content, right? I don't plan any of my content, and with good reason, because, well, I'm not going to mention to anybody what I do for a living or anything like that, but what the type of work I do is very unpredictable. I never know where I'm going to be. I never know where I'm going to be or how I'm going to do this content, but somehow, one way or another, I get this content done. That's why usually you'll see me shoot videos in my car. Sometimes I'll shoot videos right here in my office, or sometimes I'll shoot videos whether I'm outside, right? So I'm a little bit everywhere. You look at all these MMA contents, they're just in one place all the time. I'm in my car, I'm in the office, I'm in a park, I'm hanging out with random gang members, I'm hanging out with random fighters, I'm hanging out with just random people on the streets. I'm at lowrider shows. I do this MMA content any way that I can. And all you need nowadays is just a phone, which is what you're watching me through right now. And maybe a few cameras, a few iPads that I shoot my content with. So I never really plan it. But again, you know, hit me up and go on my community section. And that's where my training footage is at. And obviously you can get through my Facebook that way. Thank you, law enforcement, Savachi Financial said. Why would you say that? Well, thank you for them for what? What exactly did law enforcement do? Hey, but you know what? Here's the thing, right? Speaking of law enforcement, I don't know if you guys know this. Did you know Suge Knight ruined the Compton Police Department? See, what a lot of people don't know about the Compton Police Department, right, is that they had their own police force, meaning they were not LAPD, right? They were under the jurisdiction of Compton. So that police department was so corrupt because of Suge Knight, because of Death Row Records, because of Reggie Wright, and they decided to scrap that whole entire police department and bring in the LA sheriffs instead, which encompasses all of Los Angeles County. So, long story short, Suge Knight ruined Compton Police Department because of the corruption. But you know what? It's smart, bro. You know, that's what you got to do. If you want to be a real mob boss, you know, you got to be able to have a couple of cops on your side. Every cop. What does he say here? Williams says, most cops I do not trust. Yeah, because the thing is, you got to understand, bro, they're human beings. They are susceptible to corruption, and they're also trying to just uplift their own careers by the end of the day. 95% of these cops wouldn't last 5 minutes overseas. You're 100% right, bro, because you know what? Their training is very subpar to the military, and it really baffles me how much minimal training you need as a cop. And then on top of that, if you're a high IQ type of guy, let's say if you're a guy that is qualified to be, let's say, a rocket scientist, right? Or let's say maybe even an intelligence officer or something like that, right? No police department would take you. They don't want anybody with high IQs like that, because you're liable to disobey an order. Bro, these cops get what, 6 weeks of training? That's it? 6 weeks of training? I tell you what, William, I'm trying to get some of my former colleagues to join the police forces out here, man. I'm trying to be the next Suge Knight out here, bro. You know what I mean? You imagine I get a couple of homies that are cops in in positions out in LA, out in Sacramento, man. I'll run California like it was Death Row Records in the 90s. You know what I mean? Like, but that's what you got to do. You know, you gotta have influence in law enforcement to to really do some mob stuff up in here. So Suge Knight learned that from the mob. Keefy D really looked down on this. You know, he said, yeah, man, Suge and them, they was trying to do what all the Italians is doing. They bringing all the cops in and this and that, but we don't do none of that. And then a couple of years later, he snitches. He snitches on P. Diddy and tries to line up this dude named Zip in New York under the guidance of Craig Caden, the famous cop that now does movies regarding Tupac content. By the way, shout out to Craig Caden, one of my homeboys in New York who is a film maker. Shout out to Dave Tavares and the Pretty Lie Ugly Truth podcast. He met Craig Caden, so shout outs to Craig Caden and shout outs to Dave Tavares for meeting him. So we are the mob. We are the mob. That's right. In my opinion, Easy was the heart and soul of NWA. We are the mob, Savachi Financial says. Okay, William, I'll tell you what, Eazy-E is the godfather of Mexican gangster rap, right? If it wasn't for Mexican gangster rap, I think the whole entire West Coast would sound like these drill mumble rappers. I'm telling you, bro. The Mexicans in California preserve that Dr. Dre West Coast style. Okay, and it is all because of Eazy-E, because he put on these Mexican rappers named Brownside back in the days, right? These essays, right? So he put them on, and Brownside obviously branched off and created different, musical acts that are within that, gangster West Coast genre. So what is this one right here? Easy found Bone Thugs and Harmony too. Yeah, so that's the thing, right? He's very instrumental in his contribution to the world of hip hop, and in particular West Coast rap in that regard. So shout outs to Eazy-E on that. So right now we're watching crowds gather near the Mar-a-Lago home of Trump. You got some people waving the American flags outside. Looks like some people are doing a visual prayer of some sort. But back in Pennsylvania, that scene of the crime right now is probably being investigated. All the cops are probably canvassing the whole entire area, talking to witnesses. And I think more information on the shooter that they're not willing to reveal yet. I love that Dre diss track, Real Mother Effing G's Easy killed that track. Yeah, man. And you know what? There's been a lot of people that have sort of sampled and emulated that particular track as a result of that record. So Yeah, real mean record, right? Yeah, like puts Dre in a different perspective. Speaking of Dre, I don't know if you guys saw the Suge Knight podcast, right? The latest one that he had, Dre Day, he talks about Dr. Dre, right? Not the latest one, one or two episodes before, right? He mentions the beating that Dre did to Dee Barnes, and it made me look at it in a different light. Traumatized her. Her husband committed, offing himself because of the stress that had been put on that. What's your opinion on Eazy-E's death? I feel someone took him out. I think it was standard. I think he really did die from what they said. I don't know about, Suge saying that, like, oh, he took credit for that or this and that. I'm going to tell you something, right? Including myself, I've done this. Most gangsters, not all, but most gangsters, whenever their opponent or their opposition or their ops gets hurt, they're going to take credit for it. Just like that Fulio rapper in Florida. What happened with him? He got off, and next thing you know, his ops, the next day, they did a diss song as if they're trying to insinuate that they did it. Everybody does it. Everybody does it. They all make it seem like they did something that maybe they didn't, and very few guys that are in that world are really going to admit that, and that's just what it is. So right now we got Bonfem taking on Lusa at the welterweight division. They are about to make their walkout right now. And still no updates on the Trump situation. Still trying to figure out new detailed information on that matter. So we are still here, and we're going to cover it all night long while we are witnessing these fights and witnessing the Trump situation going on right now. So if you're here for one or the other, guess what? I'm going to entertain you with both. And if you're here for both, then it's a great bonus for you because you're in for a treat. It's not about East and West. No, it's not. It's really not about East and West, is it? Because remember, Tupac, the Outlaws, guess where they were? The Outlaws were from my home state of New Jersey. So, in that note, I sort of feel I could relate to Tupac's, East Coast, West Coast transition in that kind of way. By the way, what did he, right here? Riders and punks, Savachi Financial says. And what did William here say? By the way, Ice Cube has his own box at the stadium in Vegas. He's a huge Raider fan, Raider Nation. Punks and Riders, which side are you on, man? I'm with the Riders. You know what I'm saying? My ambitions as a rider. My ambitions as a rider. Yeah, I'm with the Riders all the way, man. I ain't never gonna be with no punks, man. I ain't with none of that punk shit, nigga. I ain't with none of that punk-ish. But yeah, power and money. That's right. It is all about power and money. I mean, it's not the end-all, be-all, but guess what? It's great when you have it. I mean, if you have it, you can do more things, and you can sort of dictate whether you want to use that for good or evil. William says, again, I will always love when Eazy-E and Cube had all the Raiders gear on. I feel you on that, man. I feel you on that. I think, did you see the movie Straight Outta Compton? Of course, man. Of course. Tyron Woodley was in that. Tyron Woodley played a Sacramento rapper named T-Bone. And you know what happened to him in the movie? He got his privates chewed off by a German Shepherd or a Pit Bull or one of these attack dogs, right? Man, every movie, that movie was amazing. It was. Every movie Tyron Woodley is in, he gets the short end of the stick. In Cobra Kai, he gets his finger sliced out in Cobra Kai. You seen that? I think it was Johnny Lawrence that sliced his arm off in in one of the fight scenes. In Straight Outta Compton, he plays a Sacramento rapper, which by the way is a disgrace to all of us Sacramento guys. And then Tyron Woodley gets his thing, bitten by a dog. Tyron Woodley, haven't heard. what is it? Wait, what is it? What did you say here? Savachi Financial. LOL. Tyron Woodley. Haven't heard that name in a while. No, you haven't heard that name in a while. He may appear. By the way, 18th, which is I think next. When is 18th? I think yeah, Woodley fell off hard. He did, especially after the Jake Paul fight, right? Like, it's one thing to lose to all these UFC guys like Luque, Colby Covington, all these big names in the UFC, but to lose to Jake Paul, Covington jaw ruled him. Oh yeah, bro, in that fight with Colby Covington, by the way, that was a fight night, and that was the same night that Khamzat Chimaev knocked out Gerald Mearshad with that overhand right. So it was that same night that that happened, right? Throughout the press conference of that entire fight week, Tyron Woodley was just like, I'm not going to answer any questions, but Black Lives Matter. Hey, Tyron Woodley, what do you think about the fight? Well, I'm not going to talk about the fight, but Black Lives Matter. Hey, Tyron Woodley, what do you think about your role in NWA where you got your thing bitten? I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about how Black Lives Matter. Dink says, God bless Trump. God bless America. No place else. All right. So, shout outs to Dink. Dink, thank you for your comment. And thank you for your sentiments. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We do hope Trump is okay. We don't wish death upon anybody here. Obviously, especially not Trump. With the way the country is going right now, I think that it would be better for us to have the best option. So better that we keep him alive rather than Joe Biden. And again, I don't want anything bad to happen to Joe Biden either. But that boy needs to go sit down somewhere and enjoy his entertainment the way that he should. So here we go. Now we are on with Ange Lusa taking on, he tried to do a Marshawn Lynch. Like you said earlier, you think that the gangsters relate to the Raiders logo. They do. Because look, here's the thing, right? Okay, for one, in LA, the fact that they wear the black and the silver colors, which, by the way, is a very neutral gang color. That is, unless, of course, you are with the insane Crips, right? Which is, the 21st Street Crips in Long Beach, right? They wear gray. They have a gray rag, but they're obviously also a blue team, but they wear a gray rag. The Hoover Crips, they wear orange, but they also are in remnants of the blue. The Hoovers used to be blood. So there's a whole lot of different colors that are associated with LA gangs, right? So black literally is the perfect color for the neutrality. And by the way, there was a time in the music industry where a lot of guys did not want to admit their gang affiliations. Nowadays, it just seems like everybody's in a gang, well, because people are encouraged to proclaim their gang affiliations. Ice-T was a Rolling 40s Crip. Not a lot of people in his circle wanted to talk about that because they didn't want to get blackballed in the industry. Ice Cube had ties to, I believe, the Crips. Dr. Dre definitely had ties to the Crips in his neighborhood. DJ Quick was a blood. He didn't want to mention any of that. You just get blackballed, right? They don't want to deal with any of that, right? And then with Tupac, when he became a blood, he was just undeniable at that point, right? It was more like him becoming a blood made him even more marketable as a result of that, and then making his music even harder as a result of that, and sort of creating an image to, let's say, Ambitions as a Rider, or, the Gangster Party song, Two of America's Most Wanted with Snoop. So Trump says Savachi Financial. Trump is the true blood gang. Yes, definitely. The gangsters definitely love the Raiders gear. Yeah, they do. It's a neutral color, and at the time, it was perfect for LA gangster rappers because it was ambiguous to know who they were. Oh, look at this. What is this? Bon Femme is teeing off on Lusa right now. Look at this. Knees, and now he's attempting a takedown. Now Lusa goes for a double leg takedown, takes him down on the ground. Here we go. Some exciting fight going on right here, right now. All right, he's got a guillotine attempt right here, but doesn't really have it locked in because there it is. Now, Lusa is now in the backside. He now has his back. I don't know why Bonfim decided to turn his back on that one. He would have been better off fighting off of his full guard position on the bottom. So like and subscribe, guys. You'll never have an MMA channel like this where I talk about gang politics, geopolitics, freaking, what else? Current event news while we're covering a fight at the same time. Thanks for going live tonight, man. I needed this. It's been a very stressful week. Well, I'm very sorry to hear that, William. You know, this is one of the things that I try to provide with this channel. I know that when I've gone through some things over the years, I would go and listen to a Joe Rogan podcast, or I would go listen to an MMA podcast, right? And it would brighten my day in some kind of capacity. Of course, you know, going to the mosque, getting some prayers in, not only that, getting some good training in. Appreciate you, my man. I appreciate you too, my man. You know, and thank you for tapping in. So, you know, all these things are good for you, right? And, you know, of course, this is one of the great things about being a content creator. You sort of create a different responsibility that you don't know that you had, which is bring a certain level of peace to people around the world, right? Like, this is how I imagine myself being listened to, right? Let's say you're at work, right? And you got a long day at work. Hey, you know what? Maybe some of my long-form content can help you. Maybe some of my 10-minute videos can help you. Maybe there's some gems that I could drop in terms of advice and in terms of, you know, different types of lessons that I could convey to the world. So this is what I do it for. Obviously, we do it because they are right. Stress does kill. Yeah, man, and I hope that I alleviate some kind of stress to anybody that is willing to come in here and listen and, you know, enjoy this beautiful sport of MMA that we all love, but also, of course, cover other things that are important in the world as well, but using MMA as a vehicle for that particular avenue. So all the blessings to you, my man. Hope everything is good. And let's enjoy this fight together while we await any new information of the Trump assassination attempt, which, by the way, is a very historic event. And by the way, this is one of the reasons why I love doing this content as well. You get to be part of history, whether it's fight history or current event history. Here we are in the process of it all. So 18 seconds left in the first round with Lusa versus Bonfim right now. I love your knowledge on the sport, man. Very cool. Awesome. Thank you, my man. Sorry, so 7 seconds left in the first round right now. History. History, says Savachi Financial. Elaborate what you mean by that. If there's any message or subliminal, you know, conveying a message behind that, let me know. History. Okay, history as in my story or his story. Not her story, history. Got it, okay. I'm sure there's a feminist somewhere that's fuming at your choice of pronouns. He or she. And then my man Savachi puts up all the pronouns that are on right now. But yeah, man. How about this movie with Denzel Washington? A lot of people are complaining that Denzel Washington is the Roman emperor in a movie. How do you feel about pronouns? How do I feel about pronouns? Well, there's not a lot to feel from it. You know why? Let me tell you why there's not a lot to feel by the pronouns. You can't really feel too much when it's as limited as 2. So I'll leave it at that. Oh, question. All right. Well, hopefully I have the answer. Is it hot by you? Oh, yes, it is 100 degrees. By the way, in that training video that I did, I was training at 104-degree weather, by the way, with my garage open. So I urge you to check that out. And, of course, I got some, you know, gangster rap soundtrack to go along with it. Shout out to my man, Straight Crippin' from San Bernardino, Doggy Style. And the Garden City Crips down in San Bernardino. Shout out to all of them for letting me use the song for my training video. Did you see the trailer? with the Gladiator movie. Yeah, yeah. A lot of people are upset that Denzel Washington is playing an emperor. Like, I don't know, man. You know, I'm not one of these people that's so particular about what race a person plays or this and that. Like, I don't care if Captain America is a black guy, which, by the way, is the new Captain America that is coming up. I don't care that if, you know, the Little Mermaid is African American. I don't care if, you know, they make somebody play a white role or a black role or somewhere in reverse. I don't know, man. I don't think about those things. It is kind of weird, though, for people that do have such fixations on this particular matter at hand. So I don't know what is up with that. 1-2 by Lusa right there. What are your thoughts on Gladiator 2? I think that it's just a very plain movie. I think that it's one of those movies that sort of emphasizes, you know, the black and white, you know, concept of the world. And when I mean black and white, I don't mean racial. I mean black and white as in the complexities of the world. For example, if you were to watch, let's say, this Netflix show, this gangster UK show called Top Boy, there's a lot of nuances that go into that show, right? There's no good guys or bad guys. There's just guys that are doing their thing, or guys that are trying to survive, or guys that are randomly doing certain immoral acts that is sort of out of their character, right? There's a reality base to that. With Gladiator, it's just very simple as good guy here, bad guy here. We're going to have them clash. And in the end of it all, the good guy and the protagonist is going to emerge and somehow overcome the antagonist. The protagonist overcoming the antagonist. And it's just very simple-minded. So the visual effects is amazing, but yeah, you know, the storyline is just not. Yeah, I don't see what they had to make a sequel. Why? Why did they make a sequel? Because I think there's a lack of creativity that's going on in Hollywood right now. Instead of creating new concepts. Like, for example, if they were to ever make a Menace to Society type of movie, they would remake Menace to Society. Like, they can't come up with their own movie, right? They can't come up with a new Belly or a new Scarface or anything like that. They're just going to copy off of that. And the same thing with all these superhero movies. So it's sort of within that same level of trajectory. So all right, so shout outs to the 200 people that have tapped in with me tonight, and the 8 likes that I've gotten on this content so far. Hit up them likes, guys, and also hit the subscribe button, share, tell a friend to tell a friend, and let us continue with this coverage of UFC Denver and the historic Trump assassination attempt, and let's all try to uncover this together. So 50 seconds left into the second round. 50 seconds now. 47, 46, 45. Yeah, and the fact that this fight is in elevation, it does, it is a little bit different. The pace on these guys. This is why I'm very curious to see how the Muslim Salikov versus Ponzinibbio fight is going to go, right? Like, what kind of pace are these guys going to put on each other right here? Right? I got Muslim Salikov on this one. I think he's going to spinning back kick him into the stomach and finish him off right here. I believe that fight is... It's not next. Next one is Drew Dober versus Gene Silva. That's a good fight as well. That's a real good fight. So, here we go. Thompson and Kevin Holland.
Are you looking at 4x4s on cars.com again?
I honestly don't know what you're talking about.
I was thinking of something more sophisticated. Oh, fine.
All right, so they are on commercial right now. So speaking of Drew Dober, that's coming up to fight right now. I saw this. Let me tell you, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I hate MMA internet culture. I really do. I think. Let me put in context what I mean by this, right? What it reminds me of. It reminds me of Call of Duty live chats. You ever seen people in Call of Duty live chats? They'll just randomly drop the N-bomb, right? Just to say it. Saying it just to say it. That's what the internet MMA culture is. So what are they talking about, Drew Dober? They're showing all these videos where Drew Dober gets knocked out by white fighters and where he only beats up black fighters and somehow insinuating a racial aspect to it. And I'm like thinking, this is weird. I'm like, okay, so yeah, he does beat black fighters. That is a matter of fact. He loses to all the white guys. That's a matter of fact. But I don't think that really has to do anything other than just your own astute observation. So, here we go. Round 3 now. Third and final round. Thoughts on Pedro Pascal being in Gladiator 2. I don't know too much about who Pedro Pascal is and what would be the significance behind why he is in the movie or why he isn't in the movie. But yeah, let me know your thoughts on that. Obviously, I don't know much about it or what I can, really elaborate on that particular subject. But yeah. And by the way, guys, I will be doing all of my thumbnails for all the videos that I have in the live section later on tonight. So please, I urge you guys to not only watch this live stream, but also watch all my other live streams that I have going on in my channel right now. Sometimes when you see a channel that is on live, when you see it on their little symbol on YouTube, sometimes you'll see videos that they like. That's okay too. You don't got to be on my live, but watch my other videos as well, or watch all of them while you're watching this so you can run up my views. So here we go. Less than 4 minutes now into the third round. Dominic Cruz, the don't go to prison type. You know what, man? Dominic Cruz, bro, I know he's a little bit of a twerp, and I know that we've gotten into it with him during the Team Alpha Male days and the beef with Uriah Faber. But I don't know, man. I think Dominic Cruz kind of grew up gangster down in San Diego. You know what I mean? I think he was, I think he was holding it down during that time. But I don't know. I don't know if he's that type of guy, Savachi Financial. But you never know. He does seem and run across as one of those whitewashed Mexicans, sort of say, he doesn't do his homework. No, it's DC that doesn't do his homework, and that's why he scolds DC for not researching these fighters like he's MMA Guru. MMA Guru searches all of the fighters, right? Because MMA Guru doesn't have wife or kids or anything like that the way that Daniel Cormier has. And then on top of that, Daniel Cormier does other things too other than YouTube. Plus, he has his own YouTube channel on top of doing YouTube for ESPN and the UFC. So, it's got a lot going on, DC. So, yeah. And by the way, guys, we will stay until the end of the main event. We will react to Rose Namajunas versus Tracy Cortez and a whole bunch of other great fights that is coming up after this one. Drew Dober versus John Silva. Muslim Salikov versus Santiago Ponzinibbio in the second fight. In the co-main event. And then obviously Rose Namajunas and Tracy Cortez coming up next. Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys, while we are covering all of the fights tonight. Look at this, another knee by Bonfim over there as we are about to head into 1 minute left. Right now, 1 minute left into the third round. 59-58, front kick by Bonfim. They don't look bad for people that are fighting at a high elevation right now. At least I don't think. Yeah. See, even Hassan Campbell the hip hop online media influencer, also is covering the Trump situation going on. Twisters looks badass. You know where I saw the trailer for Twister at? I was in Universal Studios this summer, just a couple of weeks ago, maybe almost a month ago now, and I remember seeing the trailer for Twister there, because obviously it's a Universal production. So yeah, quite an interesting piece of movie. There it is. Third and final round. Next up is Drew Dover and that guy. What's his name? Drew Dover and John Silva. All right. All right, guys. And if you guys are tapping in, don't forget to like and subscribe. Remember the OG Twister that came out in 1996? Yes, I saw that when I was 11 years old in the theaters. Yes. I remember the 1996 version of that. Oh, yeah, yeah. Glad you brought that up. Yeah, that was classic right there. That was a classic session right there. Yeah, classic movie. Let's see here.
We did everything together. To be that young, living with your sister, it was really fun. I hated playing this.
I saw that movie at a drive-in. You know what? We had a drive-in. I think if Savachi Financial is still in here right now, please answer me this question, because I know he, well, I know him in real life, and he knows a lot about Sacramento. Let's just say that, right? There was a movie theater, a drive-in movie theater in Rancho. I don't know if they're still up right now. Savachi Financial, if you're in here, answer that for me. Let me know. Yes, it's still there. Awesome. Okay. So yeah, we have that as well here, William. We got that here in Sacramento as well. I got to go check that out sometimes, but it's, you know what, I got to tell you, if you got kids that are really young, it's a little bit difficult to do a drive-in. I guess maybe that's why I haven't gone to a drive-in in a while, right? You know, there's nothing more American classic than a drive-in movie, right? You know what I mean? Like, I've never seen anywhere in the world where they had a drive-in movie, and I've lived in different parts of the world before I lived in California, right? Never seen it anywhere else but California. It seems to be a California American tradition of some sort. So, okay, Gabriel Bonfen just won that one right now by decision. Paul Felder is in the cage right now, and he's going to talk to him. Let's react and listen into the post-fight conversation. Do you think they will come out with one more Rocky, or is it finally over for Rocky? No, I think they're going to continue to live through Apollo Creed's son, which is, yeah, the Creed series with Michael B. Jordan. So shout out to Michael B. Jordan, by the way. Michael B. Jordan is a Jersey guy like me. He went to Newark, a school in Newark, New Jersey, and, you know, now he's a West Coast dude. You know what I'm saying? Just like, yo, boy. You know what I mean? I was a East Coast guy dreaming of all the, you know, Suge Knight, Tupac, California dreaming stuff, and here I am living my dream. So, yeah, Creed is badass. Yeah, so even though Rocky may not continue, or Sylvester Stallone, they're going to live that through West Coast for life. That's right. Throw them dubs up on that one. But yeah, they're going to live Rocky through Creed and Michael B. Jordan. So that they're going to continue the lineage from there. Oh, little Superman punch right there. Shoots in for a takedown, gets it. Guys, shout outs to the 300 people that have been here tonight with us. Did you ever see a killer movie called Bloodsport? Oh yeah, bro. Oh yeah, bro. Listen, William, I may be younger than you, but I'm not that young. You know what I mean? I'm not I look young. I look like I'm in my 20s, but I'm not. Trust me, I know blood sport, okay? Yeah, heck yeah, I know blood sport. You are not a Tanaka. You are not Japanese. You know what I mean? Like, he wouldn't let him fight for him in a tournament because he wasn't Japanese, and his son, I believe, got unalived for whatever reason, and yeah. It's like, I want to honor you, Satoshi. Bloodsport was a killer movie. And how about that dude that was in Revenge of the Nerds that played Jackson, right? Bro, Jackson played that role really well, right? I mean, he came across as this, ignorant American that was cocky and arrogant, that really didn't understand what he was getting himself into, that was overconfident, overconfident of himself, oversure of himself, like a typical American. Right? You know what I mean? It was like, yeah, he played that to the T. That's right. As like the American idiot. And then here's Jean-Claude Van Damme, who, is the foreign/American guy, but the American guy that's like, stoic and all what's the word I'm looking for here? Like spiritual, you know what I mean? And all like calm and all martial artsy and all this other stuff, you know what I mean? Like he's all stoic and all that, you know what I mean? He doesn't like let anything bother him. He's doing splits, and then here's Jackson in the hotel room making fun of him, saying, hey man, you're gonna want kids one day. And then he goes and he fights the toughest fighter. Jackson fights the toughest fighter in the tournament, which is the Korean guy played by Bolo Young. And you notice, right, in a fight, he was getting him. He was getting, Bolo Young. And then Jean-Claude was giving him some advice. He's like, go for the stomach. He's weak in the stomach. You have to go for the stomach. And next thing you know, he knocks down, Bolo Young. He starts celebrating. Like, yeah, like the stereotypical 1980s, idiot American. Starts cheering the whole entire process. And then out of nowhere, Bolo Young comes from behind. Boom! Just socks him and, and ends up winning the fight. And then he, hospitalizes him. He hospitalizes him to a point where it angers Jean-Claude Van Damme, and he has to go and avenge this loss. So then he goes and he goes to the hospital, and then that blonde lady who was who broke in as a journalist. And by the way, it's so weird, right? Nowadays, you can just ask for a press pass. She had to like break in, had to like get in with one of the Yakuza guys or whatever, or I'm sorry, not the Yakuza, the one of the Triad guys to get into the tournament, you know what I mean? Trying to like be this, seductive blonde American lady, trying to like get in with these Chinese guys. And, and then she gets into it with Van Damme. She says, I don't want to see you get hurt. I don't want to see you get hurt. You seen what happened to Jackson. I don't want to see you get hurt. And then next thing you know, Van Damme says the famous line, that I constantly repeat till this day. You know what he says to him? He says, then don't watch. Okay? Then don't watch. She ends up watching anyway, and he ends up winning. The FBI that was there to stop Van Damme from competing ended up watching, ended up letting him compete in the finals. Great piece of work. Let me read some of your comments here. Oh yeah, Jackson played that to the T. Bolo was also in Enter a Dragon. Yeah, he always plays as that, that end boss type of role, right? Bolo Young. Did you know that? Yeah, I did know that. Bolo Young was also great in the Enter of Dragon Bruce Lee. Yeah, definitely. That's that's definitely true right there. So, Liz, we're watching right now the promo of Tom Aspinall and Curtis Blades. How about John Jones? I didn't mention this all throughout the stream, but he's got an injury going on right now, which I believe has something to do with his finger. And I don't know, man. This may delay his fight with Stipe Miocic to a certain degree. I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. I would imagine that's what it's going to be, but I don't know, man. I don't know. Bolo was a freak, bro. He the guy was a monster. Oh yeah, he definitely was, man. You know, and you know, a legit martial artist as well as Van Damme was, and all the other characters that were in there as well. All right, Tom Aspinall. Can't wait for that one, July 27th. Same day as Derek Chisora and Joe Joyce, by the way, for all the guys that are boxing fans out there. Right now on the NBC side, we're still just seeing footage and pictures of the rally today. And I see a couple of sheriffs picking up people, bloodied on the floor. Have you seen the Game of Death with Bruce Lee? Oh, yeah, of course. That was with fellow brother Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Looked like, yeah, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Bruce Lee. It looked like the future setting of John Jones and Lyoto Machida. You know what I mean? The way that that fight looked, you know? Curtis Blades, man. Listen, I would not be surprised if Curtis Blades wins this fight right here, right? Everybody's always looking at John Jones as, you know, the guy to beat or whatever, but man, don't sleep on Curtis Blades. It was good, but unfortunately, what did William here say? It was good, but unfortunately was in production when Bruce Lee passed, so they had to CGI Bruce in a lot of scenes. Oh, wow. Okay, I didn't know that. Okay. Wow, they had to CGI Bruce in there, huh? Ray Liotta, I believe, is being CGI'd in an upcoming movie. But I don't know, man. You know, I think they had filmed that just way beforehand, so I don't know. Leon Edwards versus Bilal Muhammad. Very excited for that fight. Very, 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 very excited for that fight. I can't wait for that one. By the way, pretty soon they're going to start letting me earn some super chats in here. So, yeah, guys, don't forget to pull out your wallets on that one. You know, help fund the show. You know how that goes. However, I do believe that Bruce Lee was in those tower fights in the Game of Death scenes. Yep. All right. So, a little slow on their production here with the upcoming fights. So, we got 3 fights left. And once the main event is over, I'm going to cut off right here. And whatever new information comes with the Trump assassination attempt, we're going to cover that in the next content to come. But we will be here for the remaining of the night and covering this fight with Rose Namajunas as the main event against Cortez. And obviously the co-main event with Ponzinibbio versus Muslim Salikov. That is a great main event. To be honest with you, I'm more interested in the co-main event. I love how Bruce Lee fought a harder fighter on each level. He smashed Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, that was sort of the concept they were going with, right? Was gradual step up every step of the way. You know what I mean? Like it was a constant gradual step up every time they moved up to a next fighter or the next guy or this and that. Yeah, it was a very interesting concept. I see what they were going for in that one with the Game of Death. So, let's see, July 27th, once again. Okay, yeah, they're Manchester. Manchester, one of the most beautiful cities in England, by the way. And by the way, home of my favorite soccer team, which is Manchester City. Shout out to Manchester City. Let me know if there's any football fans out there or any guys that like Premier League soccer or whatever it is. Yeah, I love how they did those fighting sequences, for sure. How about that? August 13th, Abdul Malik and Schultz. So it looks like Trump is being escorted right now into the presidential plane. Not the presidential plane, I think his own private jet. And there are Secret Service guys right now. The Big Boss Man was amazing too with Bruce Lee. That one I didn't see. Elaborate more on that particular movie if you may.
Has his attention among others. Quite a powder keg, Dom. We're set to see go down. Oh yeah, these guys are about to bring it. This is my sleeper fight of the night. It really is because
all right.
Matchup. You got a guy who's coming up from 140.
There we go. Gene Silva. There's still not. Yeah, man. A very slow pacing they have going on here. I'm assuming. Oh wait, no. I think that's Joe Biden. Sorry, that is Joe Biden. That is going into the Air Force One right now. He seems to not have any problems walking up the flight of stairs into the. There he is. He's saluting the servicemen as he's walking into the presidential plane. So here we go. Drew Dober versus John Silva is up right now. So here we go. The third to the last fight of the night. After the end of the fight tonight, we will cut off this live stream. And yes, any more coverage on the Trump and Biden. We are covering both the UFC and the Hunter Biden situation going on right now. So
Against one of the stalwarts of the weight class, Drew Dober, fighting in front of his hometown fans here in Denver for the first time in more than a decade. Dober always puts on a show in the
look at Trump. They're still showing. I love it, man. It's such defiance. Listen, let me tell you something. You can tell a lot about a guy. I don't know, man. I don't know if I should say this, but you can tell a lot about a guy the way that he gets shot. You know what I mean? Like Trump, man, he was gangster with it. He's like, yeah, let's go. Like, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I have gained more respect for Trump now more than ever because of this. When the new man shows his combat skills during a fight in a factory, the managers make him a foreman, promising to make him a foreman, promising a meeting with the big boss. But when he discovers the factory's covert criminal, okay, so that is the plot for the big boss man. Okay, interesting, very very interesting. Okay, operations. Bruce takes matters into his own hands. Okay. So a bit of a vigilante type of movie, sort of say, like that. All right. And then now they're still showing the same footage right now with, by the way, there's a few ladies that was the Secret Service that was in, that was sort of like pushing him into the car. Right? I would imagine a lot of the feminists are probably going to use that as some sort of like, war cry. Oh, look, the females are helping the president or this and that. You know, like they really want to emphasize that they're females, right? Because they're simps like that. You know, sort of like Gaddafi. You know, Gaddafi, unfortunately, was sort of a simp like that too. Like he wanted to emphasize to the Western world that, hey, look, I'm so inclusive. I'm very inclusive. Look, I got women as bodyguards. You know, but in reality, a lot of that was just for perverted reasons and whatnot. I mean, you know damn well that I don't know. I'm not going to get into it, man. You know, because these are one of those things where you're susceptible to getting canceled, and I'm just not going to... I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go there. No. All right. So shout out to all the new subscribers to the channel, and shout out to everybody that's tapped in from around the world. We are now awaiting this matchup with Drew Dober and John Silva, a 155 matchup. By the way, very important for the division. So I can't wait for that one. Let's get it. remember the film Over the Top? Yes, with Sylvester Stallone as an arm wrestling competition, right? I'm glad you brought that up, right? Why didn't Dana White just do that? Do arm wrestling rather than slap fighting. I mean, look, I don't want to call it slap fighting because it's not slap fighting, right? It was an arm wrestling film. Oh yeah, where basically he had this fight going on with, I believe, the father-in-law, right? And he was a trucker. So there's a lot of like this feel-good story of the working class man overcoming struggles and whatnot. You know, I think that's sort of what the movies symbolize in a way, right? When you agree with that, that's sort of the vibe that I got out of that movie. What do you think? You think there's you think, am I right on that? What do you think, man? Am I spot on in terms of like the message that they were trying to convey into the movie? But anyways, instead of slap fighting, it's not fighting because you're voluntarily letting one guy hit you over the other, right? And it's like a coin toss draw. The first guy that is allowed the first hit, he could just knock you out and the fight could end right there and that's it, right? So it's not really a fight or a real struggle. But you go and have arm wrestling, I mean, really, you know, that's a little bit more of a sport. In the end, he wins it all in Vegas by beating that big dude. Yeah, yeah, it's one of those storylines, overcoming adversity, over the top, which is the name. Hence, yeah, the title. So, Drew Dober, 35 years old versus 27-year-old Gene Silva, 5'7" versus 5'8", 150 pounds. Reach virtually identical. Here we go. 13-2 Gene Silva, 23-13 by Drew Dober. A little over 40 fights in his career now. Here we go. Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. Joe, wow, John Silva's crying right now. Yeah, the whole slap face thing is just lame in my opinion. I agree, William. John Silva looks like he's crying while he's being announced. I don't know what's up with that. Let me know in the comment section what you guys are noticing with that. And look at Drew Dober, looks happy, always smiling and chilling. Speaking of This Is How We Do It, we were shouting out that song earlier. This is Drew Dober's main entrance song that he usually walks out to. This is how we do it. And look at Trump as he was being escorted into the vehicle. He's like in defiance, putting his hands up like this, like, yeah, you can shoot me, but you can never stop me. Yeah, and that's awesome, man. Trump looks so gangster, bro. Oh my God. Trump looks so gangster with the blood in his face as he's being walked into his car. That is so gangster, bro. Okay, the suspect is from PA. How about this? Live breaking news right now. The suspect is from PA according to sources. Here we go. Drew Dober, first round against Gene Silva. We're going to cover that while we cover this. And you are in the right channel because guess what? I got enough ADHD in me to cover both while looking at both at the same time. I'm looking at both screens. There's the kick by Drew Dober, low kick. Another low kick attempt. And right now we are also hearing that the suspect is from Pennsylvania. So that is now confirmed that the suspect is from Pennsylvania. So we're going to find out more as the time rolls on. Oh, body kick by Drew Dober. The age of the shooter, nothing yet. There's no age of the shooter yet, just a confirmation that the suspect is of Pennsylvania residents. Everything else, we're going to find out hopefully by the end of the night, hopefully by the end of this stream. Who knows, maybe I might just stay after the fights just to kind of figure this out, or maybe just cut it off there and do a separate video somewhere down the road. But for now, Drew Dober with a high kick towards Gene Silva in round one. 3:37, 3:36 of the first round. Another kick attempt by Drew Dober. Drew Dober attempts overhand right there. Ooh, flying knee into Drew Dober. Did that connect? Here we go. Clinched positions, pushes Drew Dober away. I bet you, bro, he's one of these crazy self-radicalists. I'm very curious to see what this guy was, what his motivation was, what he was trying to do, what was his whole entire plan, and also what type of infractions did the Secret Service have in terms of, I guess, failing this one, right? You would sort of consider this a failure in the world of Secret Service agencies, if you really think about it, right? Because a success is being able to stop it. Really, a success is have nothing going on at all, having everything done business as usual. But I don't know, man. You know, that's not the that's not the reality here. Drew Dober is now bleeding on his right eye right now. All right, here we go. So guys, for those of you that are tapping in right now, we have just learned that the suspect is officially from Pennsylvania, and it is round one right now of Drew Dober and John Silva. To be honest with you, nowadays, if someone wants to do damage on someone, nobody can really stop it. Do you agree? Well, if we're in the terms of us being civilians, no one can stop you. So look, there's this underground rapper named Draco the Ruler, right? He was a Crip affiliated rapper. One of these new age rappers emerging out of LA. He had beef with Inglewood Bloods. The Inglewood Bloods rolled up at him at the Rose Bowl in LA while he was doing a performance, and they got to him, and they ended his life as a result of it. So yes, you can get to anybody if you want, even Pop Smoke. For those of you, check out the video that I made with Pop Smoke's reaction to his killer being interviewed by Adam22 and No Jumper. That's on my video section. Check it out. Run up the likes and the views on that one. So yeah, you can get to just about anybody. But if you're a president or former president, and by the way, what a lot of people don't know is that Jesus loves Icarus. Don't lose faith, brother. You know that Jesus is good. Come to Jesus right now. I'll give you a blessing tonight for 1,000, brother. Come to. I mean, you know, like Icarus. You're one of those. You're one of those weirdos. But thank you for contributing to the comment section of my live stream. But thank you. I'm a Muslim. Respect my faith as I'll respect yours, I guess. But we'll leave it at that. Okay? And if you say one more dumb comment, I'll block you forever. So it'll be that. And the first round right there with Drew Dober and John Silva. 2 more rounds of this, and then we get to the co-main event. This isn't the place to push religion, bro. Sorry, LOL. Okay, bro, sorry. Yeah, no problem, man. You know, I don't mind that you do. I didn't know you Muslim. You didn't know I was Muslim? Oh my goodness. How could you not know? I'm just joking. But yeah, man. You know, everybody's welcome here, bro. You know what I mean? All views are welcome. All likes, subscribes, all of that is welcome. We welcome everybody here. That's what it's all about. Enjoying life, learning new concepts of the world, and learning about this new current event that is going on right now, which, by the way, is historic, with Trump getting shot. No worries, all love and respect in here. That's right, William. Thank you. All love and respect in here. Spinning heel kick attempt by Drew Dober on that one. Drew Dober seems to be the aggressor in this fight, especially with leg kicks like that, body kick attempts. Look at this, a little dap in between the fight. I don't know what that was about. I pasted the wrong comment here. A guy was eating dogs and I'm an animal lover. Oh, okay. So you meant to write that on another page. No problems, man. Yeah, I'm not into dog eaters either, or dog lovers, or any weird stuff like that. You know what I mean? I don't do no stuff like that. I don't think you do stuff like that. But here we are. Ooh! He rocked him.
We've seen fights like this with Dober where he's dropped the first round and came back and made the adjustment, knocked people out. See if he can do it here.
The crowd's yelling USA. Makes sense. John Silva is the visiting Brazilian fighter. Drew Dober is the American fighter. But Drew Dober's eyes are busted up right now. And I think that is from the jabs and those shots like that John Silva is sort of hitting him with the boxing ranges. But when it comes to the kickboxing ranges and the aggressive side of things, like right now with the dirty box clinching, Drew Dober is getting the best of these exchanges, just that on the superficial side of things, the cosmetic side of things, with his face getting busted, it doesn't look that good. What's the longest live stream you've ever done? It was a 10-hour live stream that I did. It was for a PFL card and a UFC Mexico card that happened this year. 10 hours I did that stream, by the way. 10 hours of streaming. So, yeah, that was a 10-hour stream. I've done a lot of long streams as well in the process. So, yeah, man. You know, so I like it, man. I can handle doing, 10-hour streams. 10 hours, nice, bro. Salute. Yeah, but you also have to understand that 10-hour stream I did, in between that, I was playing old videos to sort of promote the other videos that I have on the channel, because obviously they're my videos. I could play them. They're not anybody else's videos, so that's what I did. I played the video while the fights were going on. In between that, I even did a GTA session, right? I was playing like some GTA games. I was killing people online, just to, kind of wait for the next event. It was PFL Saudi Arabia and UFC Mexico on the same day. If you remember that event, yeah, that is when I did my 10-hour stream. You could check it out on my catalog right here on the live stream section. Ooh, little Superman punch connected by Drew Dober right there. Ooh. Remember the Sega game Gear? What is Gear? Is that a military war game? Let me know what that game is. I loved mine and the Game Boy. Sega, yeah, man. Yeah, we're definitely in that age, brother, where we had experience playing those older school video games. But nowadays, man, the video games are highly way more advanced, and yeah, they're as awesome as can be. What is this? Trump says he will attend a Republican convention. Okay. It was a nice game held, it was a nice handheld video game. Okay, okay. Ooh, little spinning attack. Oh, he rocks Dober right there. Dober is out of it at the end of that round. I also remember the CD Walkmans. Oh, yeah, man. Oh, yeah, the CD Walkmans. The thing is, though, I don't know, man. The CD Walkmans, they're very hard to run with. Don't you think? Like, from what I remember, they're very hard to run with because they can easily fall out of you. So unless, of course, you had one of those straps that you could... But, yeah, man. It's real old school stuff right there. You're referencing right there for sure. All right. So it just seems to be, it's the right ear of Trump that started bleeding. So, and then the blood just started dripping down right here and this and that. Yeah, you couldn't really run because it would skip bad. Yeah, that was the thing. You know what I mean? It's just, if you were gonna rock the Walkman, I mean, you just, that's it. That's what you had to do that day. Just rock and walk around with it. But yeah, it was definitely not for running. I remember also having a dial-up internet. Oh man, yeah, you're going back on this one. How about this? I got one for you, William. How about this? The iPads. How about the iPods, not the iPads, the iPods. If you remember that, yeah, I used to rock those for real, man. Like, especially in the mid 2000s, I was really rocking those. Some of my greatest memories were in the iPods. You know what I'm saying? All the type of stuff that I had there. All the different type of music that I had in there. It was, it was downloaded in LimeWire and put it in there. It's awesome. Good times. Good times. I had a bunch of iPods too. Yup. Guillotine attempt by Jean Silva right here. Let's go. Oh, body kick by Drew Dober as he pushes him up against the fence. Tons of MP3 files on those for sure. Mayweather still keeps his. Surprisingly, right? Man, I don't know why, man. It's just there's so much stuff that we could have kept back in the days. I remember, even as late as, let's say, 1997, a homie of mine gave me the Snoop Dogg Gin and Juice album, right? Or the Doggy Style album. And, I never really thought much of it. Remember the Razor flip phone? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, bro. It was like almost everybody had one. That was like the iPhones back in the day in terms of everybody having it. Or very few exclusive people had it is the best way to put it. So, spinning, what is that? Timeout by, is a timeout by Herb Dean. I think the blood that is pouring out right now, he's bringing in the doctor to check on Drew Dober right now. Drew Dober looks like Donald Trump right now, but even worse with his eye cut up. If you had a Razor phone, you were badass. Yeah, for sure. For sure. That was the badass phone to have back in the days. Oh, wow. They waved off the fight. They waved off the fight. They waved off the fight. Jean Silva has won the fight based on just the overwhelming blood that was coming out of Drew Dober. And Gene Silva is absolutely emotional right now as a result of it, crying his eyes off because he really felt this victory. Hey, he was very emotional going into this fight. As he was getting announced, he was crying while Joe Martinez was, yeah, wow, man. Unfortunate for Drew Dober, but that's the fight game. They have to go with safety over entertainment, and that was the result of it. Why will they wave off a fight, bro? Because Drew Dober was bleeding too much, and it really is predicated on the decision of the referee. And the referee had decided, well, you know what? Enough is enough. He's had enough. He's bleeding too profusely. You also got to understand, these doctors, right? Their whole entire reputation is also predicated on these fights. So for them to stop a fight like this, they're just protecting their reputation. Dude looks like an Amish American. Dude looks like an Amish American. Well, Innocuous says that. Well, shout out to Innocuous. Thank you. I take that as a compliment, I suppose. But you know what? This is the reason why I have a YouTube channel, my man. Because I look different, I talk different, I act different, and I have different life experiences that, quite frankly, are unique for the YouTube MMA space. Hold on, we got a press conference going on right now.
Ladies and gentlemen,
our evidence response team, bomb technicians.
Your thoughts on Iron Mike Tyson? Limited. Great fighter, but limited when he had to fight the top guys, just like what Teddy Atlas said. But let's listen into the press conference right now regarding Trump.
We have intelligence analysts as well, working from our field office
Okay,
in
so
Pittsburgh.
John Silva had won. Hold on, let us thoughts on Mike Tyson still boxing now. Not a good idea, especially not against Jake Paul. Special agent in charge of the FBI Pittsburgh field office is talking right now.
Who identified any information, please report that to the FBI using either the phone number 1-800-CALL-FBI or online at fbi.gov/Butler.
So
This evening we had what we're calling an assassination attempt against our former president, Donald Trump. It's still an active crime scene.
Still an active crime scene right now.
On scene. We also are working closely with other federal agencies, our state partners, and our local police partners as well. Again, at this time, we are not prepared.
He's 57 right now, William. 57 years old.
We are close to that identification, and as soon as we are 100% confident in who that individual is, we will share it with the press. With that being said, also, we do not currently have an identified motive, although our investigators are working tirelessly to attempt to identify what that motive was. At this time, I'm going to turn over the podium to Colonel Chris Paris from the Pennsylvania State Police.
Thank you very much. My name is Colonel Chris Paris, P-A-R-I-S.
Give it up to him. He looks good from what I've seen. Yeah, Mike Tyson definitely looks good, but it would be dangerous for Jake Paul. So right now, it is the chief of police in Pittsburgh that's talking right now. I believe a state trooper. I believe that's the agency. Earlier, it was the, what was it? The FBI director of Pittsburgh.
With the victims of this terrible act. We are prepared to support this investigation in any way, shape,
wow, how about this? We got a press conference for the Trump assassination right now while Drew Dover, I believe, just retired. Right now, I believe he's retiring.
Deputy Commissioner of Operations, Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens, is behind me, and he will discuss.
So an ongoing crime scene, yes. That's pretty much what they're informing us right now. Trump could have been in the octagon. Could have been in the octagon. Yeah, well, you know what? Unfortunately, Denver was not a big enough event for Trump to go to. You know Trump, he's not going to go to some rinkety regular fight night. You know what I mean? It has to be a pay-per-view. It has to be a Conor fight, a Khamzat, Islam, Khabib, John Jones, Jorge Masvidal, Colby Covington, Israel Adesanya, all the big names. Trump comes out for the big names. Trump ain't coming out to know Tracy Cortez and Rose Namajunas. And plus, he had to do this rally. It was, it was important for him to do it for his campaign. I know he could have been at the UFC event where he got shot. He would have gotten shot at, man. Oh, you know what? We should be glad he wasn't at the UFC event, because if he was at the UFC event, he would have gotten the place shot up. If he had gotten a place shot up, then it would have ruined the UFC event. So better that it was at, I mean, look, I'm not wishing, anybody to get hit, but better that it was in his own rally and not in the UFC. If he got shot at the BMF belt, what if he got shot at the BMF belt? Oh, man, I don't know, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, that would ruin the whole event. You know what I mean? Then we would have never had Jorge Masvidal and Nate Diaz, ever. I want to see Trump versus Biden in a UFC fight. It's not a contest, bro. You know what Trump and Biden are like in an MMA fight? That would be like me and Matt Spear from the Don't Unfriend Me podcast. Okay, that's what it would be like. You know what I mean? The age difference, the speed. Meaning that I would be Trump and he would be Biden, even though he, I mean, we both despise Biden, but anyways, There's Justin Gaethje right there, and there's Donald Cerrone. Speaking of another Donald, you know, they should go ask Donald Cerrone right now, hey, so what do you think about Trump getting hit right now? Oh, well, I don't know. So a no contest. Was it a no contest with that last fight with Drew Dober and John Silva? I don't know. I thought they gave that fight to John Silva, right? Because they waived it off, like because he can't continue. So I don't know. All right, but back to the that shit was close as fuck. Yeah.
Again, I think it's too early to say that. We have one.
Wait, which one, Sabachi? Are you talking about the assassination attempt or the fight? Because I mean, with Trump versus Biden, yeah. Yeah, Trump's gonna win that. Look, man, Trump is, you know, the more aggressive guy. He's, you know, look at him. He's all full of piss and vinegar. You've seen he got shot. The defiance of him getting shot. He's like, ugh. You know what I mean? You know who does that when they get shot? Bro, I know some of the most gangster dudes that, you know, when they got hit, they're like, oh, me on 6-0, son, on 6-0, I'm gonna come and get there. You know, I mean, like, you know, they start throwing up gang signs where they're in the gurney, you know what I mean, being hauled out. You know what I mean? That's what real gangster dudes do when they get hit up. And Trump was no different. He was being escorted into the car and he's doing this. Get Trump a Raider hat right now. Yeah, well, you know, don't be surprised if he's a Raider fan, but I don't know. You know, maybe he's not too fond of the owner. By the way, what do you think of the owner, right? He's an interesting guy, isn't he? I mean, you know, you would have to be if you're going to run the Raiders, I would assume, right?
And I am aware that law enforcement had responded to a number of reports of suspicious activity. The specific response to this will be all part of the after action.
Okay, so they said that they witnessed a bunch of suspicious activity. That's interesting. So in other words, they had some kind of intel going on as this was going on. And right now we are seeing the promo for Muslim Salikov and Ponzinibbio coming up right now. So we got 2 more fights to this one, so... They don't want to identify the identity of the shooter right now because I believe that it's going to interfere with the investigation and it could interfere with the intelligence gathering that they are putting together. So,
Biometric confirmations. So there was no identification on the individual, as an example. So we're looking at photographs right now. We're trying to run his DNA.
Okay, they're running his DNA, his fingerprint, trying to find out who he is, and yeah, he's the son of the late, great, best NFL owner in history, Al Davis. Okay, so he basically inherited the club, pretty much, right? He inherited the team from his dad. The so Raiders is basically like it was an AI plot. Sabachi Financial says it was an AI plot. Oh man, Brady is also a co-owner now. What? Tom Brady is a co-owner of the Raiders? Is that real? Shout out to Tom Brady. All right, that's what's up, man. Tom Brady is a co-owner of the Raiders. That's crazy to think about. You didn't know that, bro? No, man. No. Of course I didn't know that. I'm not a mixed sports, an American mixed sports fan, bro. You know what I mean? I wish I knew that. I know Tom Brady. Look, understand this. The robots set this up, Sabachi Financial said. So, yes, Tom Brady is a co-owner of the Raiders, yes. No, I sincerely didn't know that. Look, I know who Tom Brady is, obviously, because I'm a casual Manchurian candidate, Sabachi Financial says. You know, obviously, I know Tom Brady because I'm a casual, but, yeah.
Are you saying the
Hey, one guy on the comment section earlier, he just said that I look like a Mexican Amish guy, right? Listen, my boy, I want to address that comment earlier that said that I look like a Mexican Amish. My boy, understand this. I don't roll with Mexicans. I'll just say that first and foremost, right? When it comes to the streets, I don't roll with Mexicans, right? Because if I did roll with Mexicans in the street, they would make me shave this whole entire beard off and make me grow a mustache with no beard. No thank you. I mean, no offense to anybody that just has a mustache, but I like my look. You know what I mean? So that's just what it is, you know. But shout outs to the Mexicans. I got love for the Mexicans. You know, California wouldn't be California without the Mexicans. Brown pride, black love in the sets again. Yeah. You know how that goes, man, you know.
Hey guys, ESPN Bet is here.
as far as the details of the weapon?
Your favorite sports brand. Now you can take in all this ESPN content.
Okay, they're talking about the details of the weapon right now in the press conference.
You'll get a
We'll release that as part of
best-in-class
the
experience with everything you
investigative
want out of
details
a
later.
sportsbook. You want an intuitive design and tons of boosts and promotions from your favorite ESPN personalities. It's you to beat. So, what are you waiting for? Download today.
Trump was like, it looked like he was like hammer fisting. He's like, nothing's gonna stop me. Like Bam Bam, you know, Bam Bam from the Flintstones, kind of like that. Oh man.
In an abundance of caution, bomb assets to make sure that those were cleared for investigators to move safely in the area. We're still working on, it's still an active crime scene, so I'm not going to say that the scene is 100% clear at this time. The Secret Service wasn't available for the press conference at this time. Really anything. I don't have specifics on what they were looking at, but you know, there's people in the crowd will lead back as they're fleeing the scene like this. So any suspicious packages we have to treat as it may be an explosive device.
Yes, there's not a lot of information on this particular subject so far.
Figure that out. So we'll wait till we have more definitive information regarding that investigation. My understanding was it was from the shooter. But again, those will be details that are released later.
Yeah, so very limited information what is being put out right now. Obviously, they don't want to put out anything about the weapon, about the person's identity, nor will they put out if there is another person that is out there. Because let's say if there was somebody out there, they don't want anyone to know, right? The reason why they don't want anyone to know is because they want to create an element of surprise if, let's say, they want to go and raid this guy, right? Or whoever the other party is involved in this particular matter. So here we go. Muslim Salikov and Ponzinibbio are up next right now as we are continuing on with this coverage. The person is just a mule. The person is just a mule. You know what? So, Savachi, right? They said the same thing about Lee Harvey Oswald when the Kennedy thing went down, right? They just said that, well, he was a mule and this and that. They don't have the main guy do it. True, true. He was sent by somebody, right? But once again, you know, they're giving us very limited information on this matter, so we're going to have to wait until they reveal everything. And even when it all goes down and they find all the people that were involved, they're still not going to tell us, maybe for another couple of months or maybe a year, with the full details of the matter, just for security reasons that they're trying to keep a secret of. So trust me, bro, Lee and the feds know exactly who is involved in this. You're right. They don't want them to know. he had help, obviously. Yeah, Savachi Financial is right about this. It has to be a special ops, for sure. For sure. Lee Harvey Oswald and Putin did it. I don't know about that, man. You know, I don't know if he has that much hatred for Trump. I mean, he was pretty cool with him, but who knows? I wouldn't put it past him, though. I mean, you know, Putin's a pretty wild guy. Who knows what he would try to do? Putin sent a Chechnyan. You know what? Listen, Savachi Financial, you're not wrong about this, right? There is, well, let's just say that you know what? That same guy, Matt, from the one that I'm beefing with, he mentioned that while I was in LA, he mentioned in his show that they found a Chechnyan plumbing company that was a decoy that was working in the houses of chief of staff members. Right? So, in other words, they had a bunch of Chechenyans create a fake plumbing company, and they ended up getting contracts to do houses of chief of staff members, which means guys that were like, let's say, generals of the Air Force, the Marine Corps, and the Army, the Navy, etc. So, there you go, man. We're tying in some pieces into this one right here, right? You know, and shout outs to the ops for giving some good information on this one. You know, hey, listen, just because I beef with a guy, it doesn't mean that I think they're idiots, right? That's one thing you guys got to understand, right? You know, the company was a front for sure. Yeah, that's what was that's what Matt had reported on, that it was a front of some sort. So I have no reason not to believe that because, well, let's just be real. You know, the Chechenyans, they are some of the most disciplined people on earth, right? So if they're that disciplined, it's not far-fetched to know that they can literally do things that other countries can do, which is espionage, right? People don't know that Chechenyans have a very serious airborne division. Trump needs a Black Raiders cap. Trump now needs a Black Raiders cap. I think Trump is, I think he's okay with just having a red MAGA hat for now. So, yeah. Here we go. Muslim Salikov and Ponzinibbio off to a very fast start right now. Let us see how they're going to deal with this pace. Oh, Ponzinibbio just got rocked right there. He stands right back up. 2 minutes left into the first round right now. Trumpavelli. So, Trump row. Haha, Savachi Financial says Trump row. So, speaking of Tupac, right? I have a feeling this is probably not the last time they're going to attempt this on Trump. Now, obviously, whoever attempted this is an absolute failure. Because obviously they had one person that was dead. I'm sure that's not the intended target. Oh, Muslim Salikov just got rocked by Ponzinibbio right now. Ponzinibbio's walking him back. Now he's back on a pressure front kick by Ponzinibbio. Loved Tupac back in the day. Oh, for sure, man. You know what? A lot of dudes that I know that are locked up right now, they say that Tupac is the most played artist in prison right now, at least in the California system. I can't speak for all the other prisons around the United States, but yeah, that's what all the homies say. It was a Libyan assassin from Back to the Future. My man, oh man, my man referenced the Libyan assassins from Back to the Future. Bro, that is why I love Back to the Future. I will always have a connection with that movie because, as you know, I was born in Libya, right? Libya is the birthplace, believe it or not, of the Marine Corps. The sword that a lot of the officers in the NCOs get, that you receive, that is a Libyan sword that was given to the Marines, and they use it till this day in ceremonial, situations. But, yeah, man. And then the Libyans, Semper Fi for life. Yup, always faithful. And then the Libyans that were involved in the Back to the Future. I mean, Back to the Future takes place in 1985. I was born in 1985. So yeah, man, I got a lot of connections with Libya and Back to the Future. So shout outs to Michael J. Fox and all the cast of Back to the Future making another beautiful West Coast classic, because you know Back to the Future is California based, and you know how it goes. I mean, look at Marty, he's a skateboarder, right? You know what I mean? There's two things that will never die in California: gang banging and skateboarding. That is one thing that California will continue to export to the entire world. Gang banging and skateboarding. MMA as well. MMA. We got a big MMA culture out here, obviously. William says, I love the third one when they were in the West and the Raiders. Okay. The third one in the West and the Raiders. Oh, yeah. When they did the Wild West one. Yeah. Yeah, that was a good one too. Yeah. That was a good one. And I believe Doc Brown said that that was his favorite era and he wanted to live there for the rest of his life, which was, you know, quite interesting, right? He wanted to pick that era to live his whole entire life. So that's interesting, because he never came back with Marty. Yeah, earlier I was listening, man, while I was training earlier, I was listening to Back in Time by Back to the Future. I meant the Raiders will never die also in LA. Yeah, man, you know, I agree with you there, bro. I just believe they belong to a California team. You know, whether it's in Oakland or LA, they symbolize California. But at the same time, I know that there's a lot of ex-gang members and gang members that you know, sort of run away from California and move to Vegas. So it's kind of the insane quintessential irony of their whole entire story going to Vegas, and being that they have such a gangster following as a football team. So second round now, 4 minutes down. Agreed. 352. Oh, little spinning attack by Muslim Salikov, but Ponzinibbio stops it by getting up close. Yeah, that's the best way to counteract a spinning attack. If you know that somebody is going to come at you with a spinning back kick or a spinning back fist or a spinning elbow, the best thing to do is just close the distance on it, because they rely a lot, especially with spinning back kicks, they rely a lot on range in order to connect those shots. Muslim Salikov just rocked Ponzinibbio right now. He's sort of chasing him down, hooks off on him. Spinning kick. Oh, he connected on that spinning kick. Ponzinibbio is rocked, but then he circles around into the center of the cage as he just got rocked with that.
Investigation that occurs, so that we can hopefully ensure that something like this doesn't happen again. It has not been conducted yet.
All right, staying with the pressure by Ponzinibbio right now. Low kick by Ponzinibbio. Overhand right by Muslim Salikov. By the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe as we are covering the UFC Denver Fight Night along with the Trump assassination attempt. William says, I have a question, ask away. One, two. 1-2 by Ponzinibbio. Ooh! He knocks back Muslim Salikov, but Muslim Salikov gets a takedown and Ponzinibbio scrambles right back up. Thank you for the likes, whoever liked that right now. Don't forget to like and subscribe as well for the rest of you, as we are covering the Trump assassination attempt along with UFC Denver. A historic event. Hopefully some of these fights get historic. Now, how about the main event with Tracy Cortez and Rose Namajunas? Your thoughts on Ronda Rousey going to the WWE and leaving the MMA world? Well, I think that it was a great transition. I think that the way that she left, she could have done more. I would have loved to seen how she would have fought against the smaller named prelim fighters other than Amanda Nunes and Holly Holmes and all the other top elites. I would have loved to have seen her rematch against Misha Tate, how that would have went about after her 2 losses and the other losses that Misha Tate had suffered as well. Could Misha Tate have gotten a better hand in those rematches? Who knows? How would she have done with up-and-coming contenders? We unfortunately didn't get to see that, but her transition into the WWE, I think, made her career even bigger. And not only did that make her career even bigger, I think that it ultimately gave her even more money, more than she would in the WWE, and created a new fan base for her and opened different avenues of different content that she does on YouTube. Obviously, she does YouTube with her husband, Travis Brown. Yeah, man, she's had different types of commercial deals as a result of the WWE. So, not good for the hardcore fan side of things. If you're a hardcore fan, that's what you wanted to see, her to continue her fighting on as a former champion, fighting up-and-coming contenders. But that's not what we got to see. We got to see her lose to the 2 best ever in the women's bantamweight division, and got a lot of money as a result of it, and even more fame through the WWE. So that's what I think of Ronda Rousey's career. Yeah, a lot of them now are doing YouTube or podcast shows. That's right. You know, that's the I gotta be honest with you, that's the way to go, right? If, let's say, a random fighter was to say to me, well, you know what, you're just a podcaster now, you don't fight anymore. Well, this is what I would say to them in rebuttal to that, or what any other former fighter or somebody that never fought before that does podcasting, what you would say to them is, your career comes and goes, your position in whatever company or league that you are signed to, that's temporary, but you can do this forever. You can talk forever. And especially if you're healthy enough, if you're cognitively functioning enough, you can do this for a very long time. I could do this till I'm 80 years old. So by then, who knows, man? You know, I'll probably have 1 million subscribers by then and 1 million viewers, but who knows? Bottom line, you can do this podcasting stuff a whole lot longer than you can with fighting. So that's a win for anybody that's in the podcast game. And here's a beautiful thing about the podcast game, right? You can only compete with yourself. So, in other words, okay, I may not have more viewers than MMA Guru. That's fine. I don't need to compete with MMA Guru. I probably live a better life and have more money than him outside of YouTube, but he makes all of his money on YouTube. So, some people get into YouTube because they want to make money. I don't mean to brag. I live a pretty decent life. Let's just say that I have money and I want to get into YouTube, and it's not the other way around where I want to get into YouTube for money. So in that turn, I guess in a way you can't really compromise me, right? That's why I can do whatever content I want. People tell me, hey, don't talk about gang stuff while you're talking about MMA. Well, why not? Then it doesn't become interesting. Then I just don't stand out. Oh, don't talk about geopolitics or this and that while you're talking about MMA. Why not? I want to stand out. I can talk about all these things because I've had experience in all these things, including MMA. So those are some of the different aspects that I could sort of contribute to the MMA world in terms of content creation. So why not? But yeah, that's what it is. I loved pro wrestling back in the day. Now I feel like it's just staged and doesn't have the feel that it did in the 80s and 90s. I tell you what though, right? Now that Vince McMahon is gone, I think that, I don't know what they're doing with the product right now. I haven't been keeping up with wrestling since WrestleMania. WrestleMania came on. I actually did a content on that. I did a content on Cody Rhodes. This was obviously the WrestleMania this year where Cody Rhodes won. I saw Cody Rhodes live when he came here to Sacramento when his father was alive, by the way. The Dusty Rhodes. It was the episode of SmackDown where Dusty Rhodes turned on Rey Mysterio to help his son, which is Cody Rhodes. So I was there for that episode. Yeah, I haven't been following it since Vince left. Yup. So Ponzinibbio looks like he's coming back right now. Look, these guys look like they really prepared for this fight. They knew they were going to be in high elevation, and they're fighting pretty decent for people that are fighting in high elevation right now. So I did see the beatdown of Roman Reigns for the belt. Oh yeah. Yeah, I was really happy for Cody on that one, especially since I got to see Cody live when he came out here to Sacramento. So yeah, that was good. That was really good. You know, that was quite awesome. So
Tends to wear people out. Similar to what Strickland does to people. It's that pressure until it just overwhelms you. That's what Ponzinibbio does.
yeah, Ponzinibbio is really trying to put on the pressure with Muslim Salikov. Muslim Salikov rocked him a few times in this fight, but at the same time, he's just trying to really move forward on Ponzinibbio. So Denver, Compton, real Denver. Yeah, Cody looks like a lunch pail, hardworking class guy. Yeah, for real. For real, he is. You know, he's he's a solid one, man, you know? I like the little Tupac reference that he did when when I believe they did a Raw show in I think in LA. They did a Raw show in LA, and yeah. Where's that guy that called me an Amish Mexican? I think that was the best that was the best compliment or backhanded insult anyone's ever made. I loved his father, the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes. Oh yeah, bro, Dusty Rhodes was one of those first white boys that had, black swagger in the, in the wrestling world. You know what I mean? He had, like, this really ebonics, type of, slang to him. So he was an interesting character. You know what I mean? Remember that storyline back in the 80s or 90s with the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase, right? Where Ted DiBiase stole his girl or something like that. And, you know what I mean? Because he was the richer guy or something like that. Yeah, man, that was an interesting storyline from back in the days. So 8 seconds left in the third round. Looks like this is going to the judges' scorecards. This is really going to be interesting to see who wins this one right here. So we're going to find out the winner of this one. Yeah, I wonder if this fight is going to go into, man, we're in for a long one. So strap in for the Rose Namajunas and the Cortez fight. They're going to be in for a long one on this one. Yes, I do remember that storyline. Yeah, with Ted DiBiase and Dusty Rhodes from back in the days. Yeah. I also love the Ultimate Warrior. Yup. Planet of the Apes digital Blu-ray. Yeah, does anybody even use Blu-ray? I know Blu-ray was the next thing after DVDs, but I don't know if people are actually out there consuming Blu-ray. But anyways, we got one more fight, and that's going to be the end of the night right there, and our coverage of oh, wait a minute. Speaking of which, they're showing the Butler Farm show, which is where the rally had taken place, and they're sort of showing a diagram of the place. So I remember WrestleMania 1 when Hogan fought Andre the Giant. No, my man, that wasn't WrestleMania 1. WrestleMania 1 was with Mr. T and Hulk Hogan tag teaming against Paul Orndorff and who was the other guy? Who the fuck got DVDs still? Sabachi Financial says. Yeah, man, very few people, I would imagine. Muslim Salikov won this one. He won this one. Shout out to Muslim Salikov. Another win for the Muslim fighters. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That's what's up. Look, that was a close fight. That could have gone to Ponzinibbio. You could argue that the pressure of Ponzinibbio would have won him the fight. But Muslim Salikov was more of the technical fighter, and I think that's what the judges saw at the end of it. Yeah, he fought him at WrestleMania 3, William. Okay, when did he fight Andre the Giant? It was WrestleMania 3. WrestleMania 3 was when Hulk Hogan fought Andre the Giant. WrestleManias be going by so quickly nowadays, right? Like WrestleMania 3 and then going into WrestleMania 6 with the Ultimate Warrior and Hulk Hogan. I mean, it was like one of those situations where it seemed like a decade away, right? But nowadays WrestleManias just fly by like crazy. This year is already WrestleMania 40 with Philadelphia. Next year, it's going to be Las Vegas. All right. There it is. Shout-outs to Justin Halton, the new coach of Muslim Salikov, helping him put the game plan together for this fight. So now, one more fight for the end to cap off the night for us right here. What did my man here say? He said back in the days it felt like years between WrestleManias. Now it feels like months. Yeah, because there's Macy Barber right there, the Catch Me Outside girl of MMA. And then there's the Two Lovers power couple, Raquel Pennington and Tisha Torres power couple. No comment. No comment. We're going to try to keep this inclusive tonight. You know what I mean? All right, here we go. Cortez and Namajunas. Shout-outs to the 300, 400-plus people around the world that have tapped in with me tonight and that have been watching the stream with me. Shout-outs to William, who's been keeping me company tonight. Shout-outs to Savachi Financial. You know who you are. He's a real homie that I know in real life. And everybody from around the world that's tapped in. I got people from Germany that's tapped in. This is the he-she main event. Yeah, it is. Yeah, the equal opportunity main event, sort of say. Matt's wife from the Don't Unfriend Me show is probably watching this right now saying, see, he hates women. Look at him. He's downing a main event full of women. It's always with these dudes, like, you know, the way that they always go after Muslims, they always go after Muslims by saying, oh, you guys hate women, you guys are women haters, or this and that. Well, I'm sorry to say, man, but you know what? How's those divorce rates going on in the West right now? Huh? How's that going? So you go ahead and you emulate the life that you want to lead. Hey, we're going to live our own lives, and you know, Allah is going to protect us with his divine mercy. And the most of you, well, I don't know what to tell you, man. You know, you make your own life choices, you do your own trial and error, and you think to yourself which one works better, which one works the best. Statistics don't lie. The divorce rates in the West is out of control, and you guys are making divorce lawyers some serious money. You know what? I don't know why I should have gotten into law, right, and become a divorce lawyer. I think that is the move right now. If I could advise any college kid that is in school right now and is studying law, go into divorce divisions, because that's where the money is going to be at. William at Gangsters Make the World Go Round. That's right, Savachi Financial. Bro, do you remember Beavis and Butthead on MTV? Yes, I do remember. They did. I posted on my Facebook, I believe they did a reaction. You know how Beavis and Butthead does reaction videos, right? They're in the middle of an episode, and out of nowhere, they end up sitting back in their couch again watching a music video. So it was like this weird little transition that they had going on in the show, right? It was like the actual show with a plot and a twist to it, And then in the middle of it, they would have Beavis and Butthead sit down and react to a whole bunch of different videos, from rap metal to everything in between, to alternative rock and all that. But I remember they had a 90s Sacramento rapper right there. I remember posting it on my Facebook a couple of days ago, as we are witnessing right now the promo for Rose Namajunas and Tracy Cortez, as we are waiting the main event. You would have made millions as a divorce lawyer, millions. Yeah, for sure, man. Those guys, they are balling right now in that department of law. You know, that's where it's at right now. So, you know, and that is because of the type of culture that we promote in America, right? Everybody always talks about how, oh yeah, you know, the women have to be freer. I'm not going to get into it, but the context of me saying this is because Matt's wife said that I hate women or this and that, and she complained about how every Middle Eastern guy that she's ever worked with, like, treated her like bad or something like that. And I'm like, man, I never treated you like anything. I gave, you know, her respect every time, you know, every time I was greeted by them. So it's like, I don't understand, you know, but again, people who hate Muslims are just always going to be like that, right? Like, they're always going to be suspicious of the fact that nobody's faithful anymore in marriage. William says, yeah, that's what it is, man. Because there's a cult. And you know what? Here's another weird thing about that Matt guy, right? His wife constantly compliments Ryan Reynolds while they are live on a show. I mean, how embarrassing is that? Right? You know what I mean? Like, come on, bro. You know, you're getting your manhood taken from you every second. I mean, it's quite pathetic, to be quite honest, but whatever. Here we go. Tracy Cortez walking out to Selena. Salinas! Yeah, that's ridiculous. I know, man. It is. It is, man. You know, but it is what it is. You know, listen, everybody isn't for everybody. That's the main thing you got to understand about this situation, right? People are going to have differences of opinion. People are going to act in a way that is conducive to their own interests, and that's what we're witnessing right here. And I don't mind, because you know what? At one point, you know, I did admire his show. I still admire his show. I think that he's very brilliant. He gives a lot of good facts, so I'm going to give where credit is due. But understand one thing, homie. Out here in California, they found in Orlando Anderson, the killer of Tupac, his CD in his car. So that's the type of people we are out here in California, if you know what I mean. So we'll leave it at that. Tracy Cortez, yee, says Savachi Financial. Yeah, I loved Selena. Sad how she was taken the way she was. She was beautiful too. Yeah. Man, all the essays would ride for Selena, which is a weird thing, right? You know what I mean? There is somebody right now that is sort of similar to Selena. I don't know if you're familiar with her. Her name is Jenny69. She's really big with all the essays right now. And, well, there's a little controversy that had happened, right? She got beat up by this Mexican girl who was a gang-affiliated rapper, right? Her name is Miss Pinky. And the reason why she beat up Jenny69 was because she was playing a song by South Park Mexican, which is a Mexican rapper in Texas who was convicted of, yes, that's her name, Jenny69. Convicted, SPM, South Park Mexican was convicted of, I think, child molestation, or I think married or got a girl pregnant at an underage. So, you know, that's a no-no in the gang world. And Jenny69, even though she hangs out with gangsters and all these Mexican dudes from the north or the south or wherever she can, she got beat up by Miss Pinky because she was playing a song by a supposed, you know, child pedo. So she got beat up, and yeah, that was that's the story behind it. But yeah, Jenny69, I believe that she is the quintessential replacement of Selena's. So Selena, I don't know why I keep calling her Selena's, but Selena. Selena's is a town or a city that we have somewhere here in California. But here comes Thug Rose. I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm the best. And watch, her and Pat Barry are gonna like do a makeout session before she walks in the cage. I gotta check her out, man. Yeah. You know, interesting group of characters, man. See, and this is one of the things that you'll get out of my page too, right? Not only do I cover the fights, not only do I cover the current events, I also cover all different types of characters from the music world to the gangster world to everything in between. And I talk about it and mash it up into an MMA content of some sort. So here we are. Now there's Pat Barry right there. By the way, there's accusations of Pat Barry grooming Rose Namajunas. There it is, a little famous little makeout session that they do. Rose started training with Pat Barry when she was 15 years old. Pat Barry at the time was still an active UFC fighter. So it's not something that's talked about in the MMA world often. So just letting you guys know. I let you guys be the judge of that reality. All right, she is now at the checkpoint right now. She is on the verge of entering the octagon. All right, bro, got to get some sleep. Let's link up and do a live together next week sometime. Was awesome chatting with you tonight. Be safe, bro, and I'll definitely catch you later. Pirate flag with, yeah, man. So, yeah, you have a good night, my brother. Get some good sleep and whatnot, and thank you for tapping in. And for all those that are tapping in around the world, we are about to witness the main event, the final fight of the night. And I believe we have everything that we had already wanted to find out about the Trump assassination attempt situation. We're going to get more coverage on that. We're going to get more information on that as the weeks go by. So right now we're going to concentrate on the main event, and we're going to go from here. Here we go. Joe Martinez will now announce these two ladies as we await the main event of the night. Here we go, the main event of the evening.
In the UFC flyweight division, it is sanctioned by the Colorado Combative Sports Commission, the director Tony Cummings. The three judges scoring at octagon size: Eric Poulon, Sal D'Amato, and Chris Lee. And inside the octagon, your referee in
charge, Herb Dean. Herb Dean, the guy that likes to let the fight go on a little longer, if you know what I mean. If you know, you know. If you are ready. Cortez, there it is. Why did you try this in Saudi? Why didn't you try this in Saudi? What do you mean by that question? Elaborate for me. Cortez and versus Nagasaki. Why didn't they... Was she supposed to fight in the Saudi card? Yeah, there were no women in the Saudi card because I think that... I don't know if that was on purpose or if that's just what it was, if there was no women in that card, but yeah. You know, I know that the... that Turki Al-Sheikh was asking for women fighters to be added into the next card, so we'll see. And by the way, they're looking to do a co-promotion. A co-promotion with the Saudis and Francis Ngannou. By the way, I made a video on that months ago. So I'm definitely going to play that when I make a new video regarding the Saudis doing a co-promotion with PFL and Francis Ngannou. All right, they are in the middle of the cage right now. They touch gloves. They are back on their prep point. In the red corner, Rose, blue corner, appropriately, Tracy Cortez, the former girlfriend of Brian T. City Ortega. Shout out to Brian T. City Ortega, repping Los Angeles. Here we go. Tracy Cortez versus Rose Namajunas, former champion. A chance for Cortez to become a legend. But not only a legend, an up-and-coming contender beating a former champion. Now, one of the things to expect out of Rose Namajunas right here is the constant footwork motion. And this is one of the reasons why I had decided to put my workout video on the community section, because if you want to know what Rose Namajunas is going to do, watch what I do in that training video, which is a lot of this, a lot of movement, a lot of constant back and forth pacing. And the reason why she does this is this overloads your opponent. When you're constantly moving in these erratic motions, you're giving a lot of your opponent to think about. Now, in the early strikings of the UFC, there wasn't a lot of head movement. There wasn't a lot of feints. There's a lot of that now, by the way, in the evolution of the game. And what a lot of these fighters realize is that it does overload your opponent. But not only that, it opens up different shots. Like right there. You seen that overhand right that Rose Namajunas just connected with. She was able to do that by making Tracy constantly guess what she is doing. And right now, she's staying in the pocket. But while she's staying in the pocket, she's deceptively moving back, making Tracy think that she's going to fight her there, while fighting her in different... oh, wow, she just knocked down Tracy right now. She's looking for a finish. Now she is on top of Tracy Cortez right now in the full guard position. Tracy Cortez is trying to hold down her head. Rose Namajunas is trying to posture up. Tracy is still holding her head down in a plum position. Plum clinch position right on the side of her head, side of her neck. Trying to prevent Rose from posturing up. And Tracy stands right back up. Now they are back on their feet. And it's almost like Rose Namajunas was comfortable in allowing her to stand right back on her feet. You want to know why? Because Rose Namajunas is obviously the superior striker. She's the superior striker on paper, and she's the superior striker as the matchup is going on right now as we are witnessing it. So look for Rose. See right there, the switching of the stances. She's going to do those a few more times in the fight, but right now she's comfortable in the orthodox position. And look, she engages and then she backs away. This is the trajectory that Rose Namajunas is going to fight in. She's going to make you think that she's up close. Watch, the minute that Tracy hits, she's going to back away, and she's going to rinse and repeat with that same motion. 152. 150 of the first round. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't see this fight getting finished. That is until, of course, Rose Namajunas continues to land these shots that she's doing. And she's doing a very good job. She's connecting very well. And she's making Tracy Cortez miss because of her superior footwork. And Dominic Cruz is right on spot with what he said right now. It is really hard for Tracy Cortez to keep up with this kind of pace that she is dealing with right now. Here we go. 50 seconds left into the first round. Tracy Cortez is not able to keep up with her in any capacity right now. She misses with that leg kick. Again, Rose stands in front of her and backs up, just like what I told you she's going to do. She's going to rinse and repeat this whole entire process from round 1 to round 5. And I'm going to be honest with you guys, pack a lunch, because this is going to a distance in my prediction right now, and it's going to go in the favor of Rose Namajunas. There it is. First 5 minutes down. 4 more rounds of this.
Here, grab the water. Here. Nice deep breath. Nice deep breath. Okay. There's no cut. Hey, now listen to me. Listen. You're standing right in her range. Touch and move away, or feint and move away, but just...
The corner of Tracy Cortez is saying touch and move away as an advice to what she needs to do. And once again, great job on Rose. She's doing exactly what she is supposed to do, which is move in and out. Look at this. And by the way, with those in and out movements, it's opening shots for her. It was a left hook that knocked her down right there. It was like a long left hook. It wasn't like a short hook like this, right? It was like a long one, like a one that goes like this instead of this. Instead of these short hooks, it went like this, like a looping hook of some sort. New video now showing Trump getting off the plane as we are emerging into the second round of Rose Namajunas and Tracy Cortez, as we are covering the live assassination attempt of Trump while also covering the UFC fight in the second round. And there goes Rose Namajunas, business as usual, darting in and out, standing in front of Tracy while also getting away when she needs to, as I was saying earlier in the fight. Shot attempt by Tracy, even with the footwork that Cortez has, that Rose has going on, she's able to also block away. And with the frustration of Cortez, she sort of puts her hands up like, hey, how come you're not engaging? Well, she is engaging, but she's engaging in her own terms. Yeah, that is the problem of her trying to pressure Rose, is that her footwork is too good. There it is. Stance switching right there. I told you guys earlier in the first round she was going to do that. It helps. It gives her a different look, and if she gets into a southpaw position, she's going to confuse Tracy even more. But right now she's comfortable in the orthodox stance that she is standing in front of Tracy right now with. And once again, new footage of Trump getting off the plane. Seems okay. Doesn't seem really fazed by the whole entire thing, which, by the way, is a real gangster move on 45. Again, same thing, business as usual with Rose. With Tracy Cortez really not having any particular answers to this exchange that Rose is doing a real good job of. Just engaging when she wants to. Oh, there's a high kick right there, similar to what she threw against Weili Zhang. Switching stances right there again. Oh, takedown attempt by Tracy Cortez. Good job. Gets her on her back.
She's going to be a little bit high if she's not careful. Right now she's a little high, so she's going to want to switch position. Yep, she had to kind of give up that front headlock position, and now Rose can get back to her feet.
Guillotine attempt by Tracy Cortez. Imagine she pulls it off right here. All she needs to do is pull guard. But the defense of Rose is doing a very good job. She gets off. They're back right into the squared up position. 145 of the second round right now. I told you guys, I think this is going to a scorecard unless, of course, something drastic happens in between these exchanges. Oh, there's a nice straight by Rose right there. Rose bouncing in and out. right on the monster canvas. Side kick by Rose.
Tracy looks much better in this second round than the first. She's made some really good adjustments. Her head's moving better. She's not getting caught as much. But still very hard to get a hold of Rose for her. She, like, the footwork is causing a lot of problems and very good head movement from Rose as well. She just doesn't stay in that same spot for a second. She's always moving, not too much, not bouncing up.
Good fakes by Rose right here. Just constant fakes of Rose. It's really overwhelming Tracy. And what these fakes and feints and these constant movements do is it makes you hesitate. You see, because you think that she's there, but she's not. And again, it just opens up more shots for Rose to see than for Tracy to see, where it's really debilitating on her and makes her just hesitate even further. Ooh, nice little takedown attempt and gets it by Rose. She goes for the 1-2 and now great timing. Great timing on that takedown. And there it is, the second round down. 3 rounds to go. Let's hear their corner and see what they got to say on this one. The corner said she's waiting in no man's land right now. Well, what else can she really do, man? It's very difficult. And then right now they're showing the Butler Farm show right now. Roughly about 148 yards the shooter was hitting Trump with. Okay, so that's interesting. Shout out to the 400 people around the world that have tapped in with me from everywhere. From California to across the United States to across the world. Shout out to Ireland for tapping in. Shout out to Germany for tapping in, the UAE. New countries that I'm getting into right now that are watching my videos worldwide. That's what I'm talking about. Let's get it. Here we go.
Former title challenger Amanda Lemos is to continue her climb back to the top against a Brazilian with 13 career submission wins.
All right, here we go. Third round. And I believe this is a championship 5 round. Tracy Cortez opens up, just brawling away, trying to really close the distance with Rose. I think she's noticing, you know what? If I just walk up on her and get aggressive, maybe I can stop her footwork right here. But every time Rose is within a range and distance, she's going to be able to play her game. But what Rose just did right now is counteract. She measured and got a takedown attempt. Now she is attempting to get on full mount position. She is now at a full mount position right now after she had gotten that takedown. So now let us see what she's going to do in this full mount position right now.
She did. Rose was ready for it. Hands were locked. Early in the night, we saw a lot of arm triangle attempts. Rose tries to swing out to the side, although the fence a little bit in the way. She's in a great position to ground and pound here, right? Because Tracy is up against that fence, and her feet are facing the center of the octagon, so she can't kick off.
All right, so she has her still in a mount position right now. The best thing Rose needs to do is posture up, rain some punches down, and Tracy is doing a very good job of sort of holding her head down, not letting her posture up, because once you posture up from a full mount position, that's where it gets really dangerous, because the punches look a lot longer once they posture up on you, and now they're scrambling out. Rose is attempting a guillotine. Now Rose gets her back instead, attempting something else, attempting to get her on her back. Okay, now they're back in a clinch position into the cage. By the way, don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. I need just one more like. I got 9 likes right now. Come on, be nice and at least drop one more like for your boy, would ya? Also, subscribe. I'm out here working really hard to cover these fights for you, man. You know, so it's the least that you can do for your homie. You know what I'm saying? So here comes Rose right now. Looks like she's attempting another full mount position with 2:43 of the third round. All right, now she's in a full mount position again.
When you're head up against the fence like this for Cortez, it's hard to get the position you need to shrimp. Shrimping is like turning to your side and getting your elbows involved to get those knees off of your hips.
Yeah, Rose is doing a really good job of keeping her in this position right now. Again, this is one of those positions where she's not going to be able to just kip out of it. Okay, now she's going for a rear naked choke. She's going for a rear naked choke. Very precarious position for sure.
Tracy's going to have to get that hand back if she's going to get out of this position. She needs that left hand. One of the things they tell you in wrestling always growing up is you got to have hand control before you try to stand up. And right now, Rose is winning the hand control battle from this position.
Rose's 3 takedowns in this fight, most in the UFC appearance since she landed 8 on Paige Van Zandt. That was all the way back in 2015. So it wasn't as simple as what I said at the start of the fight.
All right, now she is in the side control. It looks like a side control, but more of a half guard position. Tracy's trying to scramble out, and Rose is trying to control her legs, and now they're back up onto the cage clinch position, and now they're back squared up with 40 seconds left into the third round. And I told you guys this was going to go into the championship rounds and in the scorecards as I had predicted, because what Rose is going to do is rinse and repeat, and then once they get into grappling exchanges, they're going to scramble out, and that's just how it's going to be for the entire fight. Rinse and repeat situation. Nice little front kick by Rose right there. Connection on Tracy. 8 seconds left. Front kick of Tracy Cortez's own. Switches stances. And that is the end of the third round. 2 more rounds after this, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's take a look at some of these takedowns. She gets behind that lead leg of Cortez off that double. Now in wrestling, that's not number 1, but here you can use it. Look at the double overhooks from Tracy trying that inside trip. And, you know, it's tough to hit that trip when your opponent has double underhooks on you. And this T kick to the chest, chin. Awesome fight so far. Tracy, we got to stay low so she can't shoot under us. You got the right idea about
They're telling Tracy to stay low so she doesn't shoot in on her.
She's going to throw a 5 or 6 punch combination right in the beginning. You say the same thing. Discipline like a motherfucker.
Yep, so once again, just a rinse and repeat situation, so.
Coming up next on ESPN Plus, don't miss a recap of all the action. It's the UFC Fight Night post-show from here in Denver. Kamaru Usman, Anthony Smith, Dean Thomas are upstairs.
All right, fourth round, now into the championship rounds.
That's over on ESPN Plus. Coming up next. Third round, with a warning again from Matt Berry, alongside the former champ Dominic Cruz. And Paul Felder, Brendan Fitzgerald with you, Dean Thomas, and Megan O'Leary.
All right, here we go.
Well, we have had a blast all week in Denver, Colorado.
Round 4.
2 more rounds possible.
Said 2 more rounds possible. I don't think that's possible. I think it's a rinse and repeat. And whenever Rose gets a good chance of getting in these grappling exchanges, she's going to take it. Tracy is going to fight it off. And when she fights it off, Rose is going to get back on her wheels. And again, a rinse and repeat situation going on here.
It's like a third arm when you do that. Cortez comes from good knees there, being aggressive.
All right.
Spades, and also double
So it looks like NBC had ended their news coverage of the Trump incident. So that'll be the end of that. After this stream is over, that'll be the end of that. And now we got this fight, 2 rounds left, and it's been a long day. Been a long day. I see Rose winning this one right here. She's winning this fight right now. Every round she's won. There's not a single round Tracy Cortez won. But let us see. Let us see what happens from here.
That's what's so special. You get a title shot, you don't say no. And that's what Tracy did. She said, title shot, yes. Absolutely, let's go. That's what she kind of did. It's awesome.
Takedown by Rose again. She timed that one right there. Once again, rinse and repeat, right? If she sees an opportunity to take her down, which she will, there's going to be openings where Tracy's going to leave herself susceptible to those double leg shots, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. 2:23 of the 4th round, and 2 more rounds to go in this main event. So in every department, it seems that Rose is winning every exchange of this. If you think any different, man, let me know. I don't see any difference here so far. It's just all been business as usual, as like what I've said earlier.
Everybody else you fight after that, Tracy's going to have this in her brain from here on out. Just okay with just touching to set up the big shot. That's what's helping her a lot. She's okay with just touching. She doesn't need to load everything. She doesn't need to land the first.
Yeah, that's the thing with Rose, right? They said that she's just okay with just touching, and this is why I say this is going to be a rinse and repeat type of performance that she has going on. We literally have only 6 minutes left for this whole entire fight, and Rose is winning every department, taking every opportunity to shoot in when there's an opportunity, pitter-pattering her shots, not in a negative way that I'm saying it, but really just content with the shots that she is throwing, because it's scoring, it's landing, and it looks good for the judges, and it's enough to really win this fight with 40 seconds left of the 4th round. Okay, nice takedown by Tracy, but then Namajunas is getting right back up. There it is. Good scramble. All right, good. Here we go. Everybody, like and subscribe as we are witnessing the last few seconds of the 4th round and going into the 5th and final round of Cortez versus Rose Namajunas. And earlier we were covering Trump getting shot, and so here we are.
We got to take her down and choke her out, or we got to knock her out. You got to figure out what you're going to do. You're going to take her down and choke
Tracy's
her out.
corner is hinting at the fact that she needs to go and knock her out, and yeah, there's nothing else that she can really do other than that. She needs to get in there and knock her out straight away.
Okay, we got 5 more minutes of that, Rose. 5 more. Chico, let's go get it. This is shadow boxing for 5 minutes. You keep the dribble going. You keep the dribble going. You the motherfucker in there.
So, Pat Barry's advice to Rose right now is saying, hey, just go in there and shadow box with her, and that's it.
Since we celebrated 25 years back in November of 2018, we can forget Yair Rodriguez's up elbow on the Korean Zombie and Donald Cowboy Cerrone's record-setting win over Mike Perry. Does Tracy Cortez add to the lore of Denver? You heard the corner saying you got to knock her out or choke her out. Or will the local product Rose Namajunas?
All right, stance switching by Rose Namajunas. Low kick by Tracy. Attempts front kick. And Rose is doing exactly what Pat Barry had given her advice to do, which is what? Shadow box her way for 5 minutes. 4:25, 4:24 of the 5th round right now.
Just try to land big punches.
Tries completely in this fight. She's doing everything she needs to in this round to get the finish or get the choke. You can see she's listening to her coaches. She's trying.
Clinched up. Rose swimming underneath.
There by Rose to change the position.
Changing the position. 3:51, 3:50 of the 5th round.
You can hear the corner of Rose say, keep the dribble going. They're saying, keep those light punches going. Think about basketball. When you dribble the ball before you shoot.
Ah, okay, so that's the concept that he meant, is to keep the ball dribbling, or, yeah, I mean, the way that you're dribbling the ball, you're kind of, you know, kind of going at it soft. So that's what Pat Barry means, which sort of translates to pitter-patter shots, but these pitter-patter shots literally is what is winning her the points right now. So, little fake right there, goes to the body with a punch, straight punch. 309, 307, 306 of the 5th round. Like what I told you earlier, this was going to the scorecards because of the rinse and repeat type of style that Rose is implying right now.
Trying to swing some sort of momentum to find the finishing touch. And against the fighter with the experience and fight IQ of Namajunas, that is a tall order as we hit the halfway point of round 5.
Tracy's done a great job, you know, saving this main event because it allowed Rose to have a fight. She put on an awesome fight to make for us to watch.
Namajunas with a 5th takedown.
Better job here from Tracy. She immediately pushed on the head of Namajunas and got some separation. She was able to use that to work back up immediately.
All right, 2 minutes left. They are clinched up in the cage right now, with Rose in a dominant position. Now they're back squared up for the last 2 minutes of this fight. Yeah, this is Rose's fight to win right here. Rose definitely won this fight right here. She's begging Rose. Yeah, she's asking Rose. Okay, little friendly exchange right here. But she's asking Rose to stand in the middle of the octagon to basically brawl with her because it's her only chance left into this fight. So, yep, she's definitely not going to fall for it, right? You're not going to fool her with that. No way.
Several times. Usually comes early. Cortez swinging some big shots with the right. 60 seconds left. Last minute of the fight. 5-round experience gain for Cortez, fighting into the top 10 of the rankings. Main event spotlight. She'll be able to take a lot from this. She's got 40 to make it a win.
Uppercut here, call for.
20 seconds, 23 seconds to be exact of the 5th round right now.
Who's got the big shot? Cortez throwing it bunches.
Going for it. This is not the way here. She's got to separate.
All right.
Big punches.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. They are locked in the cage, and that is the end of the fight. Great job for both ladies, but more in particular for Rose. Rose did exactly what Rose does best. And as I predicted, as the fight was going on, it was going to be a rinse and repeat cycle. Well, now let's just await the decision or the results, which is a decision, but more to the side of Rose Namajunas. The scorecards are coming up next. And we're going to wrap it up from here. So we're just going to wait to the reaction. We're going to wait for the interview, and then we'll call it a day from there. So let's wait a second here. All right. So now we await the decision.
That's over on ESPN Plus after we're done here. One final time tonight, we send it inside the octagon to Joe Martinez.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 5 rounds of action, we go to the scorecards, and here are the totals.
All right, here are the totals. 49-46. Yeah, this is going to Rose Namajunas right here. All right, Thug Rose just won this one.
First off, how good does it feel to fight here in your adopted home, Denver, Colorado? To be able to fight.
Yes, how does it feel to fight in your adopted home in Colorado?
Denver has been so good to me for so many years. I had a rough upbringing, and just when I'm here, it's like I could just kind of breathe, you know? So I thank you guys so much.
Says every time she's in Colorado, she feels like she could just breathe in there.
Oh, when I dropped you, sir? Oh, yeah. I mean, I knew she was going to be really tough. I think I should have just maybe let her up, but she was really good at getting her guard and recovery. So, yeah.
She said she should have just let her up, but she was really good at her guard and recovering, so...
Mixing everything together. You landed a lot of takedowns, and obviously, I think people looking at this fight thought it was going to be Tracy Cortez who was going to be hunting the takedowns, but it was ultimately you who was getting them.
Yeah. I knew her wrestling was really good, and I knew she was really good at getting back up. So I was just, I was hesitant to wrestle too much, but I just kept feeling successful there. So I just kept going to it.
That's 2 in a row now in the flyweight division. Do you feel like you're finding your home here in this division? And is there anybody that you would like next, Rose?
Ooh, man. Give me the belt, man. I want it. So
She says, give her the belt. She wants to fight for the belt right now, so...
UFC champion, so I want to bring the second one back here. So either that or maybe a women's BMF. I don't know.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah, she's looking for a women's BMF. I wonder if they'll ever do that, a women's BMF title.
Event here next month. So if anybody has private water with easy access and parking, please let me know. It's really hard to find water here.
Congratulations, Thug Rose Namajunas, ladies and gentlemen.
She said something about if anybody has public water, parking, or whatever, let me know. This is very hard to find water here. All right. So that is our live stream tonight. Thank you for all of those that have tapped in, watched from the beginning to end. I have some serious vital information here regarding the Trump assassination attempt, this historical event. By the way, this has been a historical stream, something that we will never forget for a long time. Luckily, Trump did not get hit. He's alive, unlike JFK and Abraham Lincoln. But there's going to be more information to come out of this situation. Right now, the only thing that they found was that the gentleman who had, or one of the gentlemen that was caught and that have died, is a Pennsylvania resident. They're not going to say much about it because the investigation that they have going on, they want to find out more information before they can send it out to the public so that there is no interference with the ongoing case that is happening at the current moment of time. So before we go, a little recap on the entire card. Trump PAC versus Biddy. Trump PAC Trump Pac versus Biddy. That's a good one. So let's go on with the whole entire card. Rose Namajunas decision over Tracy Cortez. Muslim Salikov wins a controversial decision against Ponzinibbio. Drew Dober loses to a TKO due to a stoppage of excessive blood by Gene Silva. Gabriel Bonfim, decision over Angelusa. That was a good fight. Submission win from Julian Erosa. And that was the main card, the prelims. From the very beginning, we had Evan Elder shouting out Trump earlier of the night, gets a second round submission. Josh Friend versus Andre Petroski uses his takedowns, rinse and repeat the whole entire fight, gets a decision on that one. Luana Santos gets a first round submission over Maria Agapova. Montel Jackson, how about this 18-second knockout, right? He sort of has this fake jab where he was going to the body, and as he was going to the jab into the body, he comes in with his cross right into Blackshear's face, and out he goes. Jasmine Jeditovius taking on Fatima Klein, decision win over Jasmine. Joshua Van gets knocked out, TKO'd in the third round against Charles Johnson, which, by the way, really aged well for that win from Muhammad Makayev against Charles Johnson. Not an easy guy to deal with. Obviously, a very dangerous guy, and has proven that tonight. And as for Rose, well, it looks like she is still one of the top women's flyweights in the world, and has proven it. Great night of fights. Historic for everything that has happened. Like and subscribe for more content like this. And if there's any more updates going on with this fight tonight, with any other fights that are going on in the UFC, and with the situation that is going on with Trump, I'm either going to do it in my next video or the next live stream. And it looks like there's more people that are coming in right now. So maybe I may just stay for a little bit just to kind of milk this, since I got a few people that are in here right now. So everybody that is in the live chat right now that's joining this, tap in and let me know where you're from. Let me know what city you're from and what do you think is going on with this Trump situation. Let me know right on the comment section below right now. And like and subscribe. Everybody, like and subscribe. And don't forget to share. Tell a friend to tell a friend. It's really nothing else other than that. I think that's all that we really have for this live stream. By the way, tonight, let me remind you how I did against my rival tonight, okay? I did a Trump content, which is this. Right now, I have 509 viewers, okay? And still ongoing. The Don't Unfriend Me show tonight, how many did they get with Trump rally shots fired? By the way, weirdly enough, he titles his thing the same as mine. Still, right there, 244 versus 250, and ongoing. So we beat the Dummy show tonight with their live stream over mine. And I basically did the same amount of hours they did. No, even less. I did even less. What is this? Let's see. How many did I have? Yeah, just less than 5 hours I did. So, hey, that is a victory in and of itself. Guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you guys in the next content to come, inshallah.